Yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy.
Yeah, yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy Dat Dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You've been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Persons progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy Dat Dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle, amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, one and only, one and only. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, B-Eazy Dat Dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about he already did, dude. Now it's time to soak a game he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
We all here to see B-Eazy. We wanna listen to B-Eazy. Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Now, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. Subscribe to the channel, it's easy to do. If you care, then go ahead and share this fire content, extraordinarily rare. That's why I put that on my mama, he is that dude. And I put that on my daddy, he is that dude. So, ooh, B-Eazy. He got that certain kind of profile, smooth and effortless style. He's so fresh, makes the whole room stop and stare a while. Hear him asking, who's that? Mama, there he goes again. The way he moves, you know he's gonna win. Oh, you ain't know? That's just B-Eazy. B-Eazy Dat Dude. That man right there. B-Eazy. Ayo, who is that dude? Oh girl, that's just Be-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just Be-Eazy. Well, who is Be-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know, he been a pro, for sure, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Controversial topics, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民。と言っても、実は少ないんです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない方がいいかな。
Been a regular, none of your competitors. Niggas better catch up like 10 steps ahead. Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks is showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting modo. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really in me. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated, and we've already been joined by some illustrious guests, none other than the marvelous my boo. What it did do. And who else we got in here? Tut knees, Mr. Stand on Business. Bless him. But he didn't sneeze. And we got Mr. East Coast Finest, Nassau County. Hey, Roger, where Brooklyn at? But you know what? Roger, you don't even have to answer that, because it looked like Brooklyn, the Brownsville bully, Cloudness 457 in building. And of course, we know he gonna be popping his stuff on that Knicks talk. Just don't be beating up no Spurs fans. And then we've been joined by some troll and Shoji. So Shoji, I'll drop the link. So if you want to go over here and say your piece, I'll drop the link for you, Shoji. But you won't be allowed to just troll in the chat and be babbling incoherently. But yeah, it's no problem. Thanks and salute to the marvelous. But he said, bing bong, we are the champions. Let's go, Knicks. Man, the Spurs choked that up. The Spurs definitely choked that up. It should have been game 7, but hey, the better team won. I thought that on paper, the Spurs had the horses to win, but this is what happened when you go up against veteran people who are just much more hungry. You know what I mean? One thing that I do see is funny. Actually, I'll save that for a different segment of the show. And listen to the marvelous mod, a friendly reminder to always be respectful to the host in the chat. You may be timed out and blocked. Now, troll lives matter over here. I don't mind trolls and contrarian views, but you got to come with some level of scholarly, intellectual talk. Bring something of value to the discussion, right? So we're going to get into this thing. Now, this one will be a controversial topic. And, you know, I may have some takes that you agree with or disagree with, right? So just in case you were unaware, Let me go ahead and pull this down right here. And I appreciate everybody that will be viewing this live concurrently and that will be watching this on the replay. And I'm going to be pulling it up back and forth like this. Wow. Cloudness already going in. I may have to drop the link earlier than anticipated. I want to get into the show, but Cloudness, if you kind of want to pop your stuff, because it's been 53 years, bro, all nicked out in the gear. But Cloudness, don't let me find out that you a bandwagon fan. Don't let me find out that you was a Nets fan and you was rocking with Brooklyn. What was you rooting for Jay-Z to help gentrify Brooklyn, and then you was a Nets fan, or you always been a Knicks fan? Let me know, because I have seen a bunch of bandwagon Knicks fan. It's like, hold on, bruh. Some of y'all cats was rocking with the New Jersey Nets, not even the Brooklyn Nets. But I get it. It's been 53 years. The Knicks haven't won since 1973. Huh? Okay, I can trust that Cloudness. He's been a Knicks fan his whole life, because that's what a lot of people like to do. They don't like the team. For instance, there were some people that are Mets fans that I know. If you ask them, are they Yanks fans? They saying, no, I'm a Mets fan. I've always been a Mets fan. But then others, if the Yanks win, then they saying, yeah, go Yanks. That's our team. It's like, bro, I thought you were a Mets fan. Or, it be some New York cats that like Boston as well, which is kind of unfathomable to me. But, you said I checked my cousin when she tried that. Okay, Cloud is like he checking everything movement. Hey, I had to check your paperwork. I had to check your credentials. Are you a fan? Is he a fan? He a fan? Or is he on the bandwagon, yoking and whipping the bandwagon? And shout out to Tutnees. Let's be adults in the chat. But see, this is the thing. Whenever I see cats will troll, and then all I got to do is say the magic words. Hey, I'll drop the link right now. You can come up. Then suddenly people stop trolling and they disappear. You got all this stuff to say in the chat. Then I drop the link to give you ample time to speak. And then suddenly, you turn mute. But let's get into this, right? So just in case you guys are unfamiliar, and let me put this banner up right here, because if y'all seen the title, y'all seen the thumbnail, they love to talk about black fatigue. I have MAGA, maniac, and moron fatigue. The MAGA maniacal morons. I have fatigue of that, because MAGA keeps talking about making America great and all that stuff. But what are they doing to make America great? They're putting on all of this pageantry. But how is that pageantry making America great? It's lining other people's pockets, right? But could anyone show me any metrics where they're making things great? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm B1. I'm black first. So if I do vote, I vote based on policy, not based on personality. I am politically unaffiliated. The only affiliation I have is to my community and to my country. When I say I'm America first, I don't mean what the bigots and the racists mean. I mean America first, putting our country first. And that means none of these foreign wars and entanglements, none of these destabilizing other countries and coup d'etats and assassinating other foreign leaders. That's what I mean by America first. That means helping the people here. You can't talk about, hey, give us your sick, your tired, your poor. It's sick, tired, and poor people here. You stepping over them to say, hey, bring me some sick people from another country. Does that make any sense? You know what I mean? Your kid is sick, and then rather than helping your sick kid, you say, just bring me another sick kid. That's a kind of sick way of thinking. But we've already been joined by the elegant, the exquisite, and the enchanting Kimberly Black on the attack in building. You've always been a Bulls fan. I can respect that, because there were people out here who said, I'm a Jordan fan. So they liked Jordan when he went to the Wizards. They liked Jordan on the Bulls. They didn't like the Bulls, but they liked the Bulls because of Michael Jordan. Others said, I'm a Bulls fan. So, hey, thank goodness that we got Michael Jordan. And then when Jordan left and they stunk, they still were Bulls fans. Then they were Bulls fans during that era of Derrick Rose. who was phenomenal, but injuries cut his career short. So yeah, if you're going to be a fan or supporter, I prefer the term supporter, you know what I mean? But, just because I know what the term fan means is, the abbreviated version of fanatic, I don't think we should be fanatical about any of these teams. However, I do support these teams and I am intrigued by these teams, even though I'm just, being a bit pedantic with that, because I could say that, hey, I'm a Lakers fan, you know what I mean? But more appropriately, I'm a Lakers supporter, right? Because sometimes people get too overly invested in the fandoms of these teams. Oh, and I'm glad you said that, Kimberly. Let me know how think about this. Chicago Bears. We have people, I'm in the Bay Area, right? We have people out here who are Chicago Bears fans. Now, it's not a lot of them, but there are some people that I grew up with who were fans of the Chicago Bears. Now the Chicago Bears are trying to move to Indiana? Huh? The iconic franchise of the Chicago Bears wants to move to Indiana. Why? Because they want a new cushy stadium and they want many of the city and a lot of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees from the government to help build it, right? All of these pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They did the same thing in Oakland with the Oakland Raiders, right? They wanted a new stadium, but they didn't want to fork over a lot of their money. They want to use a lot of congressional funds, a lot of raising taxes on local economies and say, hey, if you want a football team, this is what it costs. You know what I mean? So Las Vegas taxes were raised. There are more resort fees, but hey, they got a football team, so that, this is a bit of a tangent, but I'm just saying, I just want people to have a clearer picture. These teams don't give a fig Newton about you. I do support the players. I do like some of the iconography, the symbols, but I just, want people to not get overly invested in them. You know what I mean? Have greetings, salutations, celebration, but, don't go over the top, because I've seen some of these celebrations over the top. They beating people up because they got a Spurs fan. And I'm not saying that this is only isolated to Knicks fans. It happened in Philadelphia. It happened in Boston. Fans will be very rabid. That's why it's called a fan. You become fanatical and people actually feel like they won something. And I'm not trying to downplay the Knicks things. They won in 53 years. I'm actually proud and glad that they did win. So this would apply to any team if your quote unquote team wins. But even think about that. You call it your team, but you don't have any stock or anything. You don't have any stake in there. If you were a season ticket holder for 20 years, what could you get from your team? They can say a attaboy and a thumbs up. You don't get anything from claiming it as your team. So, I don't want to be, a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying, just look at it from a complete perspective. Celebrate the teams, because I still support the Raiders, but I always supported Oakland Raiders. Once they went to Las Vegas, I never buy no Las Vegas gear. If it says Raiders, if it says Oakland Raiders, I'll get it. If it says Las Vegas Raiders, I can't do it. I'll watch the games, but, my fanaticism only goes so far. You said I got my Ewans on with the jersey. Yeah, you really, bro, nicked out. And you said supporter is definitely a better term. Thank you, Kimberly. I wasn't trying to be, people could use whatever term is more comfortable for them. But, and we've been joined by the illustrious Tay-Bay. And you said I was so hyper focused on that comment. I didn't see that you addressed it already. I guess I missed that, but let's get back into it. A shame and a scandal. Indiana is broke. I didn't know that you were still in here. Not only are they broke, where are they going? To Gary? They gonna be the Gary Bears? Come on, man. What are they gonna be instead of the Bears? They're gonna be, I don't know. The Indiana Bears, the Gary, it just ain't hidden. But see, Kimberly has been a fan or as she conceded, the more appropriate term, Kimberly has been a supporter her whole life. Probably at one point had season tickets, bought a lot of Bears gear. And guess what? The Bears don't care. They like, hey, if we can get some goodies, giveaways, and guarantees from the government that they always tell you to stop begging, they're going to pack up and go to Indiana. I mean, no loyalty at all. But let's get into it. So like I said, there was this UFC freedom fight 250. Now, some people are making a hoopla that how could Trump... Oh, and Roger, I didn't even know you were still in there. You said, all I can say is it's coming, only a matter of time. What is coming, Roger? Let me know specifically, Roger. You kind of speaking cryptic and very vague. Now, let's get into it, right? Now, some people were pissed that Trump had an event at the White House. I don't think that's the issue. There have been multiple events at the White House, all sorts of spectacles, some that people could argue that were more grandiose. I think Trump just tries to do, he has a huge ego. So Trump is going to make things much more flashier. So visually, it was a great visual representation. Symbolically, it was a great symbolic representation. However, there were a lot of dog whistles. And of course, it was centering a particular racial demographic. And you can assume what racial demographic that was. You said you skipped the comment before that. Damn, Roger, I can't even keep up with you. Let me see where your comment is, Roger. What the hell did you say, Roger? I'm looking for your comment, Roger. I don't even see it. Yeah, so maybe I missed that comment, but let me get into it. So there's this huge controversy. There was this heavyweight fighter. I think his name is Josh Honky Hockett or something like that, right? So he was over there fighting a dude. He ended up beating the dude. And then at the height of his speech, where it's supposed to be a celebratory speech, he brings up the Obamas. Now we're going to see this. And this is what I titled too, right? People talk about they got black fatigue, but no, they really don't. They have black obsession, anti-black obsession, to be more poignant, right? Because they don't have black obsession to talk about all the inventions that we created. They don't talk about black obsession to talk about how patriotic we are, how we fought in every war. We fought for civil rights that helps everyone. That is the original framework of all lives matter. A rising tide lifts all boats. We fought for all of that, right? And then you have these moist MAGA morons and maniacs who love to make things about race, while at the same time say, stop making things about race. At the height of them winning things, rather than thinking about their country, they're thinking about how they can disparage black people. It's just jokes, bro. You can't take a joke. Why are there jokes always against black people? They try to say that black people have main character syndrome, but then all they do is center black people as the main character, which is why I have merch being released. All slurs matter. They say all slurs are just freedom of speech, but it's only one slur that they want to say. It's one slur that starts with the letter N that they're obsessed with saying. Fine. Why should that slur have affirmative action? Right? You're against DEI. You're against wokeness, right? So shouldn't all slurs matter? Shouldn't you be using all slurs equally? Shouldn't you be disparaging all groups equally? Instead, you want to pile and dump on a particular group and then say these groups and people are low IQ. If you see people, that have a handicap placard, right? Do you go and dump on them for being handicapped and being disabled? You know what I mean? You look, oh, this person is disabled, maybe they, need a little bit more help, need a little bit more sympathy and empathy, considering their plight and tribulations in the world, right? So if we're just these low IQ sub-Saharan savages and we're just too dumb, in anything, right? Shouldn't you feel sorry for us? Wouldn't you want to help us? They call us mentally retarded, but na boo boo, you're stupid. Would you respect anyone that looked at a special needs? And I'm being facetious with this line of rhetoric, right? But seriously, right? If you've seen a special needs kid, would you respect an authority figure, a grown adult looking at a mentally retarded kid saying, na boo boo, you're dumb, and making memes about how dumb this kid is? How would you respect that? But isn't that what MAGA morons and maniacs respect? All they do is post memes about black people being monkeys and chimping out, and you guys is IQ, and they love to talk about IQ. But then as soon as I drop the link to debate these people, suddenly they just go ghost. They love to troll in the chat. They hate to debate. And then when you do debate them, they get destroyed in a debate. It's ironic that the same people that talk about low IQs get destroyed in a debate. They go for low-hanging fruit, racial bigotry, while at the same time targeting a particular racial demographic while whining and saying, stop making it about race. They say don't play the race card, but their community created the whole deck of cards. They're whining to you about one card, but they created the deck. If you look at a deck of cards, is it one card? They created all of the cards because race is a social construct. Okay, who created the construct? So if race is a social construct, you got to blame the people who created the construct, but then also the people who adhere to the construct. On one hand, they say don't make it about race, but then when they talk about crime, the first thing they gravitate towards is what race was the perpetrator. He said, I was in shock and didn't even watch it. I was still high off the Knicks win. Didn't get to watch that UFC 250. Well, hopefully you wasn't busting no heads in the street, man. They was going 8 sugar honey iced tea. And Roger says, imagine if we did to politicians what fans do to opposite team fans. I didn't see this comment. I would have talked about it. And shout out to Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy. But I concur with Roger, right? People will mob somebody because they had on a Wemby jersey. So think about this. A random stranger put on a Wembanyama jersey, and because the Knicks is your team, and this is in quotations, your team that you don't have any stock in, that doesn't give a flying fig Newton about you, right? You attack an opposing team member or an opposing fan because they're wearing an opposing team's jersey. Meanwhile, you'll look at these crooked politicians who is making your life a living hell. There's some places that have a rat infestation in New York, but you're not mobbing the politicians. The rent is sky high. People can't afford to rent in New York, which is why people are fleeing the city. You won't mob your politicians about that, but you will mob a stranger from out of town because he's wearing a Spurs jersey. And this isn't isolated to the New York Knicks fans. This is for every fandom, whether it be LA, San Francisco, Boston, Chicago, you name it. People get mighty bold when it comes to defending their team, but it's like, that's not your team. It's a team that you're claiming. Again, you love the Knicks, you love the Lakers, you love the Warriors so much. How much stock do you have in that team? The only stock is that you bought a bunch of jerseys. If all of those players that you look up to, yes, some of them are humble, and then some of them wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Some of them are like, hey, bro, you're of a lower class. You feel me? Just marvel at me. All this is just the modern bread and circus. So even right now, and I'm not trying to damper on anyone's parade. What I'm saying is you have to be able to do things simultaneously. What they say, walk and chew gum. Celebrate the Knicks. It's a profound accomplishment that if you've been a fan or supporter of the team for decades, you should be proud. You know, you should be like, wow, that was an incredible feat. Salute to the Knicks. You know what I mean? Turn up, party, but use that party to actually organize, because sometimes people organize about the Knicks. The Knicks are good. The Knicks are not worried about when they next meal are gonna come. None of those Knicks are gonna be homeless. None of those Knicks are thinking about how they could afford rent or anything like that. But as many people that are poor and struggling, and they're just like, forget my struggles, forget that I can't put no food on the table. The Knicks won. I'm like, okay, but how does that help your issues? It's just a form of escapism, which we've become too uncomfortable and engaging in. You know what I mean? You can do both, right? You've already seen the blueprint. You saw the energy. Matter of fact, go to all those protests and say, hey, look, I know you're a Knicks fan. I'm going to have a Knicks party, right? A Knicks party to celebrate this win, and then pass out some citizen ballot initiative material. If you're too, misinformed, use AI, use a local politician to help you, and then print some pamphlets or print some paper. So now you celebrating the Knicks, but you're also disseminating information that's going to be vital, because people could tell you all of the stats of the Knicks players. So-and-so averages this amount of assists, this amount of rebound, but they can't tell you who's on the city council. Many people can't tell you who the mayor is or who the governor is. So I'm just saying, like, what are we doing? And shout out to none other than the Tory experience. Salute to the illustrious, the ravishing, and the magnificent. And Kimberly says, well, Trump did make fun of John McCain, who was a disabled vet, aka Megan, as well as a disabled person. Yeah, correct. Well, I'm not a Trump supporter, so just to be clear, I didn't support Trump, didn't support Biden, didn't support Obama. I can go on because they're all part of the same establishment, two cheeks on the same booty. But yeah, no one should be surprised about Trump. This is why I have MAGA moron fatigue, and the head moron in charge is Trump. However, at least Trump is very blatant and overt with his moronic behavior. He tells you like it is, and many times, and he lies. So these other people, they tell lies and they try to obfuscate. He'll tell a clear lie that he can't run away from, and then he'll still try to run away from it. This is the epitome of W privilege. It's on full display when people say, oh, stop talking about slavery. And this is an excuse that people try to do. Y'all talk about slavery too much. But when you watching it, it's mainly white people talking about slavery and mentioning black people. If you go to a cookout, nobody is talking about slavery. To be honest, we don't talk about slavery enough. When everybody that's in the chat, when you kick it in with your black folks, slavery never comes up. The only time it comes up is if it's some black people, some white people mentioning black people, claiming that y'all talk about it too much. If we talk about it too much, why would you even talk about us talking about it? It doesn't make any sense. It's just like I said, complaining about someone else, allegedly complaining, is still complaining. You're doing everything that you're accusing the other people are. That's called projection. That's called hypocrisy. You said they did the same thing in San Antonio after they lost Saturday night. That's why I was clear that this isn't isolated to Knicks fans. When they was in Philadelphia, they were jumping on cars, burning cars. I'm sure they did the same thing in LA, Chicago. When these teams win, people start thinking that somehow they won, and by you winning, you want to go beat somebody up and burn something. The logic doesn't track. That's kind of low IQ lunatic behavior, but hey, do you. But if somebody comes anywhere near me celebrating, yeah, the Knicks won, bro, I'm just saying, I'm on guard and I keep my firepower, bro. So like, just be careful. I may send you to the cellar or the upper room. Crazy, because I don't be watching sports like that. See, I don't be watching sports like that either. I used to be fully engaged. I can tell you all the stats, but then you invest a lot of time in those sports, but the sports don't invest a lot of time in you. You talk about this person is doing that player is doing this, that person doesn't care about the community, definitely don't care about you. That person is already good for life. If that person loses a game, they're going home to a mansion a beautiful wife, kids, and millions upon millions of dollars. Meanwhile, it's a bunch of brokies online saying, cut him, trade him. This my team. My Knicks need to do this. My Lakers need to do this. My Warriors need to do this. Why are you saying my and putting ownership over it? You have no ownership over anything. Many of you can't even afford tickets. Think about this. People say, my Knicks. Okay, well, guess what your Knicks did? The cheapest ticket for a Knicks game was $8,000 for the playoffs. Don't take my word for it. If y'all want me to pull it up, I can pull it up for you. The nosebleed seats, $8,000 for the playoffs. But guess what? Those seats were packed. You can't tell me that those were the most diehard fans in the building. Those were the fans that could afford an $8,000 plus ticket. The floor seats was starting at $183,000. You mean to tell me because those rich people have the money to sit on the floor that they're bigger fans or bigger supporter of the Knicks than you? Well, financially, yes. And unfortunately, money talks. And you said, FYI, large gatherings such as protest, town halls, and entertainment events are the best spots to get signatures for ballot measures on the ballot. Yes, but you have to go there with the mindset of, you know what? Hey, we already know people are going to turn up. So I say the celebration is going to commence whether you want to or not. I say take advantage of that celebration. Utilize that celebration. Hey, people are turned up. You know what I mean? Go out there, get some signatures, get some emails, but people are too busy trying to, get some numbers. You trying to get some number over a thought, but you don't want to get some ballot initiative signatures that will actually change the life in the conditions of your city, right? So people just got to get their minds right. The Spurs fans were attacking Knicks fans, but I keep my blicky on me. Yeah, you got to keep that. I stay with the hammer. That's why they came to San Antonio instead. Okay, I got you. So let's get into this, right? So I went on my harangue. So let me pull this up. So here is this bozo right here. Like I said, Mike Honky Hockett. And look at the MAGA morons. Let me make this a little bit bigger for y'all. So here he is. He just had a decisive victory. This is to be celebrating 250 years of American exceptionalism and American freedom, right? And this is what he had to say.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen. And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. First of all, the dude already looks low IQ. And can you pronounce her name right? Now, this ain't one of those, it's Kamala, right? This ain't one of those moments, but I'm going to play it again. He said, Moshel, her name isn't Moshel. Then he's sitting up there with another bigot, Joe Rogan, he's not funny, right? Joe Rogan is supposed to be a comedian. No one knows a funny Joe Rogan joke. He accused Carlos Mencia of stealing his jokes, but at least Carlos Mencia had a show, right? And he did have some funny stuff. I don't think he got all that stuff from Joe Rogan. Now, I thought he got corny after a while, but there was a period where Carlos Mencia, he at least had a show and he had some funny material on his show. Same thing with George Lopez. I don't like George Lopez. I don't think his stand-up is funny, but he did have the George Lopez show and it had some funny episodes. Can anyone say the same thing about Joe Rogan? What is Joe Rogan saying is profound? All of the times he'll have a big platform, which is boosted by a bunch of, big wigs and oligarchs. Why are they boosting Joe Rogan's message? He's not a scholar. He's not an intellectual. All he is just a guy with a big platform. But anyways, Joe Rogan, he could have fact checked the dude and said, all right, bro. Or he could have let the dude say it, right? Freedom of speech. And then after that, he could have said, okay, but we all know that Michelle Obama, look, almost did what he did. Almost called her Moshelle. Her name is not Moshelle. Her name is Michelle. We know that Michelle Obama is not a man. Okay, fine. You think that she is a man? Prove it. See, when you make these claims, you have to prove it. And that's what they've just been saying. Michelle Obama's a man. Okay, prove it. She's a man. Okay, prove it. And that's all they say is, well, we haven't seen any pictures of her pregnant, right? I haven't seen any pictures of my mom pregnant, but I know that my mom was pregnant. I'm proof of her being pregnant by me being here. And now that we think about it, have any of y'all actually seen a picture of your mom being pregnant? And that's their proof. If Michelle Obama was really a woman, where's a picture of her being pregnant? Huh? I've never seen a picture of my grandma being pregnant. These are the low IQ lunatics, the moist MAGA morons and maniacs that people are bootlicking for. And we've been joined by none other than the royal and the rambunctious room shaker in building. And of course, Frank Nitti says Joe Rogan is a racist. Yeah, he is. But then some people will be like, oh, well, he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, or he had fill in the blank black person. He had Terrence Crawford on, and they had a good conversation. And let me say this over and over. Most, M-O-S-T, the majority and most of these celebrities, athletes, public figures are Sambos, tethers, and tap dancers. That's how they get elevated to the upper echelons of society. They get buck broken, if not physically, then psychologically. Sometimes both, sometimes one or the other. Once you buck break someone psychologically, you really don't have to do much physically because people just voluntarily bend over and spread cheeks. So literally never saw a picture of my mom pregnant and never thought about it until this very moment. Hey, bruh, I never thought about it until I saw the comments. I'm actually going to bring up some of the comments. They're saying, well, all Michelle Obama has to do is just show her a picture. Why should she validate that outlandish claim just to prove? So then if she does show a photo of her pregnant, then they'll try to say that was AI. I literally never saw a picture of my mom pregnant. I don't even know if my mom has a picture of her being pregnant. And then sometimes people don't think. Some people's mom grew up in a time where not everyone had an iPhone. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. I can't show anyone a picture of her when she was pregnant, but I can show you guys pictures of her when she was in the 3rd grade, her and her brother taking pictures right next to one another. Yeah, that's a kind of cringe. Now that I'm hearing y'all, that's a lightweight cringe response to say we don't believe. But actually, I think Candace Owens I think they got that this outlandish claim from Candace Owens as well, because remember, she's making the same claim against Brigitte Macron. So she's saying, show us the pictures of Brigitte Macron being pregnant. You said, go ahead. You can find a picture right here, right now. Michelle is a little girl. Yeah, but what they're saying is, no, they're saying that picture doesn't even prove that she's a little girl, right? And I'm not saying that these arguments are valid or legitimate, but many of these MAGA morons are legitimizing these people profess to have the high IQ, so they should be the ones denouncing this. Hey, look, man, we don't like the blacks. We don't like those Iggers, right? They should be saying that, but hey, look, come on, man. We don't support lies, right? They love to Bible thump. What does the Bible and Christianity say about lies? but not only lies, blatant lies. What did they say about attacking the vulnerable, right? So all of this stuff, Jesus is our Lord and Savior, but we hate niggers, right? Like, is that what Jesus would say? Right? What would Jesus do? Would Jesus be redlining? Would Jesus want to mass incarcerate people? Would Jesus want to dump drugs in people's neighborhoods? Right? They'll do the Iran Contras COINTELPRO and say, you know, we need more Bibles in the school. For what? You know what I mean? You guys aren't operating on biblical principles. But let's play this one more again before I get a little bit further into why I have MAGA moron fatigue. This is low IQ lunatic behavior. There's nothing funny about this. And I'm just giving an objective analysis. I'm not a fan. I'm not a supporter of the Obamas. I actually believe the Obamas did a whole lot to undermine the Black community, Michelle included, because she sat right there and she was complicit with it, right? However, I will say that she did comport herself as, you know, a reserved person, an eloquent person, a highly esteemed person. I can compartmentalize and state this, but say that, yeah, that wasn't any type of victory for the Black community for Obama to be elected president for 1 term or 2 terms. It's a victory for Kenya, you know what I mean? But not for foundational Black American freedmen. There's nothing that you can point to that Obama did that you should be proud of. All you want to try to say is he Black, you Black. No, he's a biracial Kenyan American, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we don't have the same lineage, so I don't have an affinity for Obama like that. Honestly, I don't care if Obama, you know, was lily white, if he was standing on business for my community and the country. Because, see, we are patriotic. We don't say help uplift our community and then F everybody else. We say, no, you owe this community. You targeted this community. You subjugated and disenfranchised this community. So just make us whole. And then after that, hey, a rising tide lifts all boat. But don't try to say, hey, we're going to help everybody, and then you get the crumbs of us helping everybody. So, hey, it's kind of like we helped you. No, you didn't target everybody. You didn't target model minorities, and not to the same extent. And all of the people they targeted, they helped, you know, uplift them out of whatever rut that they were going through. You know what I mean? Look at how much public funding goes to funding Chinatown. There's not a bunch of Chinese pulling themselves up by their bootstrap. Roger, you're in New York. Anyone don't take my word for it. Just type in how much government money was spent to revitalize Chinatown. The last time I looked, this is America. And this is why they keep pushing. This is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants. So you shouldn't care if your American neighborhood turns into Chinatown or Koreatown and all this other stuff, right? You should be okay with that. But if I say, hey, I want to have an American freedman neighborhood, no, you got to have Hispanics over there and Chinese people and all this other stuff. There's Black neighborhoods that are predominantly Black, and then they flood a bunch of Hispanics, and now it's no longer predominantly Black anymore. There's no Hispanic neighborhoods where it's a predominantly Hispanic and now it's predominantly Black. There's no Asian neighborhoods where it's predominantly Asian and now it's predominantly Black. It is happening on the flip side where there's Black neighborhoods and they, hey, you guys are people of color. And then many of these POCs identify as white. So what color are they? So they've convinced you that you have this mythical coalition of the non-white Avengers, but all of these people are either classified as white or they want white adjacency. And the way to get close proximity to whiteness is distance yourself from Blackness. So they're willing to throw us under the bus to maintain the mythical model minority status. And once they throw us under the bus and then they say, hey, white mommy and daddy, will you accept us? They say, hell to the no. Get out of here, Pajit. Get out of here, street shitter. Get out of here, a gook, chink, or whatever other epithet or slur that they have for you. You know what I mean? And rather than look at the people who are disparaging them, they say, what about Chicago? And bring up George Floyd and BLM. when folks say they're Christian, they don't live or believe in the 10 Commandments. Yeah, a lot of people say that they're Christian, but like, what does that mean? Or what type of Christian are you? Are you the turn the other cheek Christian? Or are you the Christian that condones foundational Black American enslavement, right? There was a bunch of Christians that were fondling little boys' booty holes. Are you that type of Christian? There are a bunch of incestuous Christians who were having babies with their sister. Are you that type of Christian? A bunch of Christians were going to watch Black men get lynched and then watch Black men get castrated and say, I want a piece of that. Are you that type of Christian? Obama got elected before the delineation movement got underway. That's when we were all lives mattering, all Black people. Only a few from FBA were saying he's not Black like us. I admit I was on the wrong side of this. And Roger, that's why I gotta hit you.
What? Ho, please.
Nigga, please.
Ho,
Nigga, what?
nigga. Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
Shaking my head, Roger. But hey, look, surprisingly, I didn't vote for Obama at all. Now, I didn't vote for anybody. So, I didn't vote at all, but I didn't vote for Obama. Now, a lot of people had buyer's remorse. Now, some people was mad at me. How could you? You let your people down. You didn't vote for Obama. See, man, you should be ashamed of yourself. Your ancestors died for the right to vote. My ancestors didn't die for the right to vote for some tether. Like, huh? No, I didn't vote for him, but people was pissed that I didn't vote for Obama. Now y'all voted for him and he didn't give us sugar, honey, iced tea. So, I look like I was on the right side of this. I saw him for what he was. Before he got elected, he was already saying, I'm not the president of Black America, I'm the president of all America. That's fine. Then why isn't he asking all of Americans to support him? He's asking Black Americans to protect his legacy. He wasn't asking all Americans to protect his legacy. So yeah, no, I never fell for the tether and charge Obama, but I'm glad you have woken up, Roger, and we've been joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube. Shout out, Vibrant Low in building. Let's get back into it. One more again, just in case y'all just tuned in. On the screen, I present to you this low IQ lunatic and moist MAGA moron. He just won a fight on the biggest stage of his life. You got Joe Rogan, the bald-headed, bigoted Joe Rogan. And then you got this other dude. His name is something honky hoked, right? So he's in there. Remember, this is the biggest fight of his life. This is the biggest victory of his life. And let's see what he has to say.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen.
Michelle Obama is a man. And then he's trying to get validation. Am I right, America? Like, come on, bruh. First of all, like, just be objective. Was that funny? No. Was that witty? No. Was that edgy? No. It was just bigots. Just pure unadulterated bigotry. He's up there. Remember, this is the height of his career. This dude is a new booty in the MMA sport. And at the biggest fight of his life, celebrating 250 years, he's thinking about a Black woman that he's trying to say is not a Black woman. And let's just say that Michelle Obama is a man, like, because I do have an argumentative strategy that I call CTP. Concede the point. Obviously, I'm doing this facetiously in a hypothetical matter. Let's say that Michelle Obama is or was a man. Why would they care? The MAGA morons have accepted Caitlyn Jenner. They don't go around calling Caitlyn Jenner a dude. Dude dressed like a lady. They don't go around saying dude dressed like a lady to Caitlyn Jenner. They call Caitlyn Jenner her. And fine, it's don't really bother me. They're calling Caitlyn Jenner her, but are fixated on calling Michelle Obama a man. There's another influencer that's huge on the right named Blair White. Blair White is a white dude who is a trans person who now identifies as a trans woman. And they say they don't go around calling Blair White a dude. It's rather pathetic. So let's see this, right? So here you have this dude, right? Tim Miller. Michelle Obama is a man, shouted out on the White House lawn in a ring sponsored by Bud Light, only available on Larry Ellison's Paramount Plus. What a way to celebrate 250 and the twilight of liberal democracy. Like, what the hell does this even mean? You know, so people are just posting it and just saying things and acting like it's so profound. What does this truly mean? Like, he thought he cooked with this, but what is he saying? If you have to decipher and try to figure out, like, bro, what are you really trying to say? Just speak plainly. Nobody wants to hear this, you know, liberal babble or whatever this dude is. This dude right here, another anti-black bigot, LMAO, the stuff, it wasn't funny. If it was funny, I would have said it was funny, right? There's a lot of racist and bigoted jokes where I'm like, damn, that was racist as F, but that was funny. So he says, after winning his match, the UFC fighter declares Michelle Obama as a man. Not funny at all. But let's hear what Shannon Sharpe has to say.
Yeah, that's why I said, man. I mean, bro. Look, you did, and I'm glad. I didn't see it because I didn't have any sound on, but right. I was, you know, strolling through Twitter, and then I saw that I like, damn, he said that on thing, and then I got it. It didn't get the response that he hoped that it was going to get. I mean, so that's so now you take that platform. So I just want to make sure. I want to make sure there's a certain network that says athletes shouldn't, you know, don't bring sports into politics into sports.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
She happened to be low hanging.
And see, this is what I don't like about Shannon Sharpe, bro. You got millions of dollars, bro. This is what I call a form of intellectual cowardice. You know what I mean? And Shannon Sharpe did the same thing when he interviewed Kamala Harris, right? You interview her and then you don't ask no tough questions. You set up these softball questions. Oh, because you got paid. Nigga, you've already been paid. You've been paid multiple times over from the NFL, from Fox News, from ESPN. And then you tricked off a bag because you couldn't keep your thing in your pants. You saw some little, you know, a pumpkin chai latte snow bunny, and then, you know, she accused you of RAPing her, even though it was clearly consensual, and he had to cash her out $23 million. So Shannon, you've already been ostracized and drugged through the media. There's multiple people accusing you of being part of the GAY community. So bruh, truly stand on business. He's over here saying there's a certain network that said this, bro. You know what network it is. It's Fox Network. Why won't you say the network, right? He has his own platform. He's getting tens of millions of, he's net worth is tens of millions of dollars, right? And still he's trying to like tiptoe and pussyfoot around. There's a certain network. We don't need the subliminals, right? He interviewed Cat Williams and he said all lies will be exposed. Why isn't he exposing the lies? You know what I mean? Because he still wants to be a part of that, you know, corporate establishment. He's talking about Laura Ingraham on Fox News telling people like LeBron James to shut up and dribble. Y'all don't need to worry about politics. But meanwhile, she won't tell this fighter, hey, to shut up and throw punches. You know what I mean? But Shannon is like, come on, bro. You got to do better than this. Stop tiptoeing around. You know what network it is. Unless you're trying to get another job from that network, if you ask him that, he'll say, no, I ain't trying to get no money for them. Then say their name. You know what I mean? This is, like I said, a form of intellectual cowardice. We're way past the age of doing subliminals, especially when everyone knows who you talking about. You know what I mean?
Thing, and then I got it. It didn't get the response that he hoped that it was going to get. I mean, so so now you take that platform. So I just want to make sure. I want to make sure there's a certain network that says athletes shouldn't, don't bring sports into politics into sports.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're just saying what? You're just saying everything but the name of that network. And then you got two other brothers on the team. They won't say the network. They all know what network. 3 multimillionaires, right? 3 people who are set for life, but scared to say Fox News. But then again, these are the people that people will respect. Oh, Shannon got millions of subscribers. You broke, man. So I'll say some real shit and then niggas will call me broke. He'll be on some fake shit and then niggas will be like, but he got money though. Okay. What is Christian about that? Because niggas love to act like how biblical they are, bro. There's nothing Christian about you obsessing over other people's money, status, in status in society, right? What status did Jesus have? Jesus would have been labeled a dusty, broke, the lower tier of society. But we're supposed to look to the higher upper echelon of society to dictate morality. The people that, as I said earlier, they wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. 3 multimillionaires scared to say Fox News name. But then again, these are the people that are supposed. How can they truly be defending and standing up for us? If they won't say Fox News name, they ain't gonna call out people like Tucker Carlson or Tim Pool. Have you ever heard Shannon really call out anybody? I think he called out Aiden Ross like one time over like the N-word, and it was like mild at best. And then it was like, oh, well, this ain't my lane. Well, if this ain't your lane, then watch out, bro. Let the true grassroots gatekeepers stand on business, bro. Just take a back seat. You notice how Nightcap will have anybody on. I'm talking about, bro, literally anybody. Godfrey, Oscar De La Hoya, who do you have on? Johnny Manziel, like random people. But he won't have Tariq Nasheed on. He doesn't know about Tariq Nasheed. Like, come on, bruh. And it's not just him. There's Greg Marcel Dixon, Terrain Walker. Now, we can pretend like Shannon doesn't know about these people, and maybe he doesn't. But isn't that saying more about him? He doesn't know any of these grassroots people, but he pretends as if he does. He'll invite literally anybody on the show. I mean, did he talk to Jake Paul or some of these other people? So I'm just saying, like, bro, you got to do better, Shannon Sharp. But we've been joined by none other than Dropping the T, the fan from the UK. Dropping the T, did you get a new profile pic? That pic, you looking real serious on there. The freckles is freckling, but you looking fabulous and fantastic. So salute to Dropping the T. And you said, hey, again, not too much on Jesus, bro. Hey, well, like I said, this one will be a doozy. But let's get back into the video. It's like, come on, y'all brothers got to do better, bro.
Yeah. She's gonna get. I mean, so so now you take that platform. So I just want to make sure. I want to make sure there's a certain network that says athletes shouldn't, don't bring sports into politics into sports.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah. She happened to be low-hanging fruit. They know that woman, she's not that, but it's good. Just like they know that man was born in America. And the man that pushed that. Now, they hate lies and they hate conspiracy theories, but they pushed one for over a decade. But that was cool.
I concur with this, but then again, he's still not saying names. They this, they said that. Who is the hell is the they that you're talking about? Now, obviously, I'm informed, so I know who they're talking about. But why is he tiptoeing around this? They said this, and they said that man wasn't born here. What man are you talking about? Oh, y'all know who I'm talking about. So if we already know who you're talking about, just say the name. This dude has a YouTube partnership with the little check and all this stuff. He's not gonna get censored for saying that. I'm the one who has, bro. I'm the one who's censored, right? My channel was shadow banned. Shannon Sharp channel ain't shadow banned. If he say Trump, his channel ain't gonna be penalized. And still, he's over here saying, and they said this and they said that. Who the fuck is the they that you're talking about, bruh? And yes, Trump did push some lies about this birtherism theory and all this stuff, but his base ate it right up. They pretend as if they're these morally righteous people, but they allow someone to just lie to them straight into their face, but because they have a complexion that they favor, then they say, well, you know what? They start calling Trump their daddy. Many people have a distorted and disturbing relationship with their own daddy, and then they look at Trump as a daddy figure, a daddy that never loved you. It just doesn't even make any sense. If Trump was your daddy hates you. And still, people are not only willing to butt kiss for Trump, they spread cheeks and lick the crack up and down and all around. That's how pathetic many of these moist MAGA maniacs and morons are. They can't stand on logic. That's why they project. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the people that project when they try to say, hey, you must be cheating. You know what I mean? And they say, hey, you keep accusing me of cheating because you must be the one that's cheating, right? And that's what these people do all the time. Y'all got low IQs. They're projecting that because they know that they have low IQs. All of the low IQs, when you see them debate black intellectuals, they get utterly destroyed. Malcolm X was considered to have a low IQ, and he's destroying a bunch of people. Martin Luther King, James Baldwin, all these people were considered to have low IQs. And guess what? All of their white counterparts put in front of them, they get destroyed. All of the people that troll in my chat, I dropped the link. They never get destroyed because they disappear. And we've been joined by knowledge in relationships. What's up with the fam? And he says bootlickers are everywhere. Correct. Bootlickers are everywhere. Bootlickers are buck broken, brain dead bozos who do nothing but babble incoherently. They don't stand on business. They don't build anything. All they do is whine and complain about other people complaining. They have no solutions. All they have is just epithets, insults, and, you know, claim to have black fatigue. Well, I have moisture fatigue. These moist MAGA morons who is always whining like little hoes, whining like teenage schoolgirls who got their first period. Your menstrual cycle just flowed for the first time. That's how a lot of you moist maniacs sound. There's nothing to respect about that.
That was cool. President Obama should have, you know what he should have done? President Obama, when he got into office, he should have filed a defamation, defamation, and for $100 billion, and then have his Justice Department to pay it off. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And this is another thing too. I'm only doing this just to point out the bigotry, just to show the low IQ lunatic nature of many of these MAGA morons. And it's not just them, it's many of the liberal lunatics who agree with the MAGA morons. They work in tandem. They let the MAGA morons say all of this disgusting stuff about us. And then they say, see, the Republicans is bad. But it's like, yeah, you're not doing anything about it. You know, this rhetoric is not stopping there. The rhetoric is leading towards anti-black behavior, which means that's anti-black subjugation, oppression, disenfranchisement. But all they want to try to say is, hey, it's better than it was in Jim Crow, so you niggas need to shut up. You know what I mean? But then they're telling you, hey, shut up from being targeted, right? There's reports of anti-black people putting on body armor and shooting up black events simply because of black joy, black people enjoying themselves, right? They're not going and doing that to Asian people. They're not doing that to people of color. And speaking of the people of color, what is the point of using that term when we have no solidarity with the people who claim to be of some color that you don't even know, right? You see a bunch of Chinese and Japanese people and call them people of color, and no one stops to ask, what color are they? And here we go. We got another low IQ lunatic. Hey, Francis, are you going? I'll drop the link. Are you going to come up? If you ain't going to come up, then you got to get up out of here. If you're willing to come up and stand on what you're saying, I'll drop the link for you. If you're just trying to troll, then I'm going to get you up out of here. So I'm going to give you a minute or two to say, hey, yeah, I challenge you to a debate, right? You can either challenge me to a debate or you can request a discussion. Those are the two options. Challenge me to a debate, request a discussion, and I'll give you 2 minutes. Otherwise, I got to get you up out of here, right? Because you're just coming in. This is the type of fatigue that I have. People coming over here making outlandish accusations, but unwilling to stand on it. Francis, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me, but if you are, let's have at it. You brought back a cringe memory when Obama was president. Chris Rock, who don't know anything about civics, said he can't understand how the Republicans in Congress are not obeying the president. The president is like your daddy, so you're going against your dad. Oh, wow. I didn't even know he said this. Now, Chris Rock, who is a phenomenal actor, producer and stuff, he does his raccoon chip has been activated a long time ago. But I do support Chris Rock's artistry, but not in terms of, a lot of the coonery and buffoonery he's done as a public figure. But yeah, shut up and do some comedy. I didn't know he said that. When I brought up the daddy reference, I was mainly bringing up the tether Byron Donalds, who was said daddy's back or daddy's home when Trump got elected. So there are multiple Republicans saying Trump is their daddy. You know what I mean? But let me bring up some more of these low IQ. Hold on. Let's see what else they got to say.
If I'm Michelle Obama, that's what I'd have done too. Oh, y'all say I wasn't born here. Y'all say my birth certificate bogus. Okay, here we go right here. Boom. Y'all say I'm a man. Okay, here it is right here. Boom. Now this is going to cost you $100 billion. All right, Justice Department, play it off. Oh, you know what? We don't think like that because each department is supposed to be separate. Legislative independent, judicial independent, executive independent. Talking about, but it ruined the look. He won the fight. He beat Derek Lewis. I thought the extra stuff at the end was unnecessary. Yeah. Conor McGregor talks about the fighter that he's fighting. He don't go outside and try to take on some low-hanging fruit because ain't nothing that he said was entertaining about what he said. The one thing.
See, here we go again with the tap dancing. Again, bro, why are you bringing up Conor McGregor? Conor McGregor has been on record saying some anti-black stuff. Hold on, let me try to pull it up and see. This is what I'm saying. Shannon Sharp ain't really tapped in with the grassroots like that. He be around that brain dead, buck broken boule class. So why are you even mentioning Conor McGregor saying, oh, Conor McGregor, he doesn't do this. Actually, he does. He said, I don't see how calling another man daddy is straight. Yeah, it's bro, if you guys want to come out the closet, it's Juneteenth, but they've hijacked it with Pride Month as well. It's this would be the perfect time to come out. And just to be clear, YouTube, there's nothing wrong if someone wants to show pride in being gay, but then just say it with your full chest. Just stop trying to pretend like you're not, you know what I mean? Come out the closet already. Really, cats don't care. The right's shown that they haven't already cared, right? They always let a bunch of trans people speak for them, which I say there's nothing wrong, but they try to pretend as if, hey, we hate trans people and drag book shows and, they want to indoctrinate your kids, and then they'll give Caitlyn Jenner a mic to spew whatever BS. They have some person named Blair White who is a trans person. So they'll tell your kid, if your kid wants to be trans, that's a woke mind virus. Then they'll have some anti-black trans person. As long as they're anti-black, then they uplift them. And hey, it's cool to be trans. See, we're all inclusive. So if it's cool to be trans, why are you mad at the Democrats for pushing all this trans agenda? Which I don't agree with. You know what I mean? They're, you know, they over push that. Like, it's nothing wrong with being gay, nothing wrong with being trans, nothing wrong with being Buddhist or atheist and all that stuff. But when you try to push that as, you know, the core political framework, that's the issue. You said Scott Bassett and Peter Thiel, both gay Trump cabinet. And this is what I'm trying to say. Both of them are clearly anti-black. Both of them are conservative. Both of them vote Republican. But then when they talk about America great and trad life, okay, is that the trad life you're talking about? Trad trans life? Trad gay life? Like, what the hell are you talking about? And, you know, they don't clearly define it. But like I said, these are the people that you're supposed to look up to. So let me see. Hold on.
Like I can't say about Conor McGregor, he is entertaining. Do I talking about? Yeah, but it ruined the look. He won the fight. He beat Derek Lewis. I thought the extra stuff at the end was unnecessary. Yeah. Conor McGregor talks about the fighter that he's fighting. He don't go outside and try to take on some low-hanging fruit because ain't nothing that he said was entertaining about what he said. The one thing I can't say about Conor McGregor, he is entertaining. Do I think some of the things that he said to Floyd went over the line? Absolutely.
But he goes at the
Muhammad Ali started that. Yes. If you want to talk about an individual, fine. The guy.
So hold on. So Conor McGregor, he didn't just talk about an individual. He called an individual the N-word. So this is what I'm trying to say with Shannon Sharpe. Like, bro, like, I don't know. It's like, bro, you've been used to tap dancing so much that, you know, you're out of touch. This is what Conor McGregor said last year. This is what Conor McGregor said last year. So Conor McGregor is talking to Khabib, another fighter who already beat him up. And Conor McGregor says, show your wife, nigga. Show your kids, nigga. Then he said a bunch of other racist things. And then he said, basically he was calling this other dude a nigga and all this stuff. And then he's basically saying, oh, yeah, well, I can say it. Hold on. What else did he say? Hold on. I mean, y'all get the point, but all I'm saying is like Shannon Sharpe is not going to stand on no business like this because he's too busy trying to like be rubbing shoulders. And like Roger says, Shannon is not that sharp. Nah, it's not that he's dumb. It's just, he's just not really on code like that. He'll be occasionally on code, but he's always lukewarm on code. We need that fire, right? We need that Majara spirit. We need people to stand on business. He won't even call out Fox News. Hey, it's that certain network that likes to say certain things about a certain demographic. Nigga, who the fuck are you talking about? But then again, you know, he's buff. He can run fast, jump high. He can bench press 400 pounds. He can have millions of dollars. He just can't speak up for his community. But you're supposed to respect him because he has a bunch of money. He was tricking because he couldn't keep his thing in his pants on some Lily Pumpkin Chai Snow Bunny. Had to cash her out $23 million because she accused and alleged that he forcibly penetrated her. It was clear as day that, you know, it was a consensual relationship. There's no record of Shannon Sharpe giving $1 million to a black cause, $2 million to a black cause. He did give $23 million to a lily white woman, as he was ordered by the court. So no, this is not someone who has a history of standing on business. He's just been, you know, inundated with the W, you know what I mean? So he's not a reliable source of, you know, black enfranchisement, right? He's part of the kind of dog eat dog mentality, you know what I mean? Every man for himself. But then he'll also be pushing the ideology that we don't stick together and all this stuff. Like, okay, he'll contradict himself because he'll create a show with 3 other successful black men, and then he'll kind of push the the narrative, man, see, we just got to stick together. We don't stick together. Nigga, aren't you sticking together? Weren't you and Stephen A sticking together? Aren't you sticking together with 3 other black men? Weren't him and Cat Williams sticking together? Him and all of these other. So he'll push this narrative of we got to do better and we don't do, you know, what we don't do. Okay, fine. You're of the upper echelon of our society. Like, what are you doing? If you see what we're not doing, why don't you pick up the slack? And if it's not your responsibility, then why are you whining about something that's not your responsibility? So these people you can't really be taken too seriously, because the athlete, the entertainer, Malcolm already told you, right? That they're part of the, you know, Coon and Sambo class, the ones that throw us to the wolves. Shannon is part of that class. Just because you like him and you like, oh, he gives good takes on sports, he gives horrible takes on politics. You don't need him to give good takes on sports. You can have your own opinion on sports. Yeah, it's entertaining, it's intriguing. That does nothing for you. And like, did Shannon try to get like Carmelo Anthony a good lawyer or something like that? Did Shannon stand on business for Carmelo Anthony? Did Shannon stand on business for the kid shot by Rick Chow? But he pretends if he's standing on business for Michelle Obama. How y'all call her a man, right? He's standing on business for that. Michelle Obama doesn't need Shannon Sharp to stand on business for her. Michelle Obama has lifetime Secret Service. You can't say that about these young black boys being gunned down in the streets. Shannon is silent about that. He has a massive platform. Why? He's always inviting people on. He's always inviting these entertainers on. Why won't he invite on these experts to talk about the police brutality? No, here, let's talk about who's screwing who, what beef you got with Kevin Hart and all this other type of stuff, right? And then when you call them out for it, then they try to pretend as if, see, us blacks don't stick together, right? But I thought you said that we need to have accountability. We're having accountability by calling people like Shannon Sharp out. So look, this is what I was telling you about. And Tutneys, if you in the chat, this was the comment. This dude says, the left is seething over Michelle Obama being called a man. Well, I have a solution for y'all. Show us a photo of her pregnant. Then it will be case closed. 652,000 views, almost 7,000 likes. So, you know what I mean? So, then the same dude had gave President Obama a chain. Apparently, he removed the chain after he heard the comment. Who knows? Who cares? Why do you even take the chain from the dude? But just look at this dude, this fake macho man. So it seems like this dude was just desperate for attention. Let me show you this dude again. Hold on. Let's see what Michelle Obama has to say. Now, I'm not really standing up for Michelle Obama. I'm just standing on principle and dignity, because Michelle Obama loves to push. When they go low, we go high. So she's on some kind of turn the other cheek type stuff. So Michelle Obama and Barack, they're often used to getting disrespected, and their excuse is, hey, we want to go high. Okay, fine. Then that means we shouldn't say anything. We should continue to allow them to be treated as monkeys because we have to go high, right? But then some people will say, oh, you need to come to the rescue. Come to the rescue and do what? Michelle Obama wants people to go high, for us to go high.
Because let's be very clear, strong men, men who are truly role models, don't need to put down women to make themselves feel powerful. People who are truly strong lift others up. People who are truly powerful bring others together.
I do concur with that. People who are strong, you lift others up. You can't tell me that you're this morally righteous person. You're, indoctrinated with the good Christian faith, but your whole thing is just trying to tear down black people and tear down other groups that don't fit the in crowd or the in ethnicity. But this is the degenerate these people are praising.
So what? Maybe I was drinking last night. But who wouldn't? Who wouldn't be? I have a giant black man that wants to knock me out. He has the most knockouts in UFC history.
Be still, Josh.
231.
231, the official weight for Josh Hogan. And ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, Josh Hogan.
Again, this is the degenerate that's calling Michelle Obama a man, and you have some of these MAGA morons that are cheering him on, all because he called Michelle Obama a man. Yeah, she is a man. Okay, so then they're saying because she is a man, then that see, that approves that Obama, that approves that Barry was gay. Okay, they don't have any issues with gay people. They don't have any issues. They said at these Turning Point USA events, there's a bunch of these white dudes fondling young white dudes' booty holes. Like, who are we kidding here? The Benny Johnsons, even Nick Fuentes, who I call Nick Fagfuentes, right? There's accusations, there's videos. I pulled it up. I may pull it up now. Nick Fuentes out on dates with cat boys. Little young, slender white dudes dressed as cats that wears tails and likes to jump around and say meow and roar and stuff like that. This isn't me making this stuff up. Milo Yiannopoulos, or whatever his name is, he's a vile anti-black bigot, but he is a gay dude, or he said he was gay. He said he was gay, then he said I'm not gay anymore, I'm bi, and then I'm not bi anymore, I've seen the light, right? This gay white dude said that Nick Fuentes, Benny Johnson, he said they all of these people that have wives, and mind you, these people hate black people, so they don't hang around any blacks. When around blacks, never relax, right? So they hate black people. They call us Iggers with the N in front, right? All of these people have accusations when they go to these events and they leave their wives at homes, and if they don't get bent over, they get bent over and ramrodded from behind, or they like to fondle young boys' booty holes. I'm just saying, these are the same people talking about America first and wokeness and no more drag book shows, and then they present to you some trans person that they say, hey, this person is a thought leader in the conservative space. But I thought you said this trans ideology was woke. They had Elon Musk saying they're transing kids because Elon Musk's kid is trans. So they're mad at Elon Musk's kid for being trans because of the woke mind virus. But meanwhile, they're propping up some white trans bigot named Blair White. Make it make sense. So it looks like people are starting to roll in, and shout out to Carb DM. Appreciate the subscription. Carb DM, is that him or is that her? Let me know. Source, India bot farm. What source? See, if you go make these arguments, please have some level of coherence with the comment. Just random comments. Who and what are you talking about? And hold on. Michael says, no black support for maggots. They are traitors to the people, their own people. Bend the knee. Huh? Are you even black? Like, what are you saying? And then also, are you pushing the same message to the Latinos? Because isn't there making a big deal? Oh, look how many Latinos voted for Trump. Y'all know the slogan, I will vote for Donald Trump, right? Y'all know. So people love to talk about black people, say black people are traitors if they voted for Donald Trump. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I think you're a traitor if you voted for Trump or Biden. I mean, you can make an argument that it's even worse voting for Biden. But why aren't you making, bro? You look Latino, bro. Are you going to the Latino community and calling them traitors? It was a lot of Latinos voting for Trump. When you look at the Border Patrol, most of them Latino. You look at ICE, most of them Latino. Trump said they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're not sending their best. This is what Trump said. And still, I will vote for Donald Trump. That's what people were dancing and singing. So this is what you voted for. Trump said, build the wall, build the wall. Like, who did you think he was talking about? Go to them and tell them that they're traitors. I think these thirsty mofos are using reverse psychology because they want to see her cooch sensibly depraved for black cooch. Yeah, you know, it's kind of the same thing with George Floyd, right? A lot of people, literally, how long is George Floyd? It's 2026. How long ago has George Floyd been deceased? And every day you hear some sort of maniac Mayo babble talking about George Floyd and BLM. So I really do believe that these people have fantasies of George Floyd just bending them over on some, you know, Mabel Oak desk and just ramrodding them from behind for like 3 hours off some horny goat weed, ginseng, and a honey pack. It's like there's no other logical reason than that they have this sick, twisted BBC fantasy. And we've been joined by Shamika, Miss Mika, in building. And you said, and their wives are creeping in the sheets with that soul pole. Hey, Cloudness 457 adding a new layer. Not only are many of these anti-black Mayo encrusted bigots, not only are they extremely anti-black, they say, oh, we're against trans and kids, but many of them are getting plunged from behind by a bunch of trans people. Many of them are dressing up little boys as cats and playing with their private parts. And these are the same people talking about wokeness. And while they're doing that, they hate black people. But guess what their lily white, pumpkin chai, vanilla latte snow bunny is doing? They're over there riding the Soul Pole. They taking the Soul Pole Express. They taking a round trip to bobble on Soul Pole and then bounce on that Soul Pole like it's a bounce house. And we've been joined by Mr. 350, the big block boat rider, big rig slaps. Dude, I absolutely love black people's black culture, black history, black music. Okay. Salute to you. I love that too. You said, and yes, I'm a man, a black man. Okay, shoot. Salute to Carp DM, standing on business. Honestly, do you like being called black? Yes, I do like being called black. I love being called black. So now, since you asked this question, I have to go on a harangue. I am a foundational black American freedman. And it's funny that people always ask, why y'all call yourself black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called black. How many times have you heard this? There's no country called white. But you're being dominated by white supremacy. Go to white people and ask them, hey, why do y'all call yourselves white? Like, literally, you're not white. Like, why do you guys call yourselves that? No one asks them that, right? Yes, I like being called black because black doesn't mean what people try to say. Black means this and it means evil and all. No, that's not what black means to me. And no one is forced to call themselves black. What happens is people pretend as if they don't like being called black. Then when they see that we got all the motion, the swag, the sauce, the bravado, that we're so debonair and demure, then suddenly, hey, you can't gatekeep blackness. It starts flipping. Y'all don't want to call yourselves black. People pretend, they act like this was ancient history. I can pull up videos and tweets. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I know black, papi. I'm Dominican. This is what people are always saying. I'm not black. I'm Igbo. I'm Yoruba. I'm Hausa. And then we say, fine. We used to be saying, no, you actually are black. You tripping. This is America, the land of the one drop rule. No, y'all call yourselves black because y'all don't know where y'all from. That's what they used to say. And then we said, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. We wasn't saying say it loud. I'm African. I'm proud. We didn't say it loud. I'm Hebrew. Say it loud. I'm Moor. Now, some of us may be Moorish. Some of us may be Hebrew. But we stood on blackness. We had an ethnogenesis, which means a new racial and ethnic group forms based on their indigeneity and nativeness to a particular land. Is shaped by cultural norms, practices, conditions, etc. Everyone understands this concept. It's just only when it comes to foundational Black Americans. Now, even in Africa, right, it's a bunch of Black people in Africa that don't call themselves Black. And they try to say, oh, well, that goes without a given. You can make whatever excuse, but you're in Africa and you're not calling yourselves Black. There's a bunch of air quote Black Africans that are identifying as Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. They're identifying as tribal identities. So for one, they don't identify as African and they don't identify as Black. And there's nothing wrong with that. Then they come over here and then everyone gets lumped into a pot of blackness. And we're saying, nah, there's no such thing as flat blackness anymore that we honor. So yes, I love being called Black. And this is why people make the argument that we technically are the only Black people because we were the ones fighting to uphold blackness. All these other groups tried to distance themselves from blackness. They thought it was a form of cultural erasure for them, which it was true, right? Why should a Senegalese person just come over here and be labeled as Black? No, that's a Senegalese person who comes from a rich culture in Senegal to pretend it's like they're just Black like me. No, they may be a Black Senegalese person, but they're not Black like me. We have a different lineage, and there's nothing wrong with that. A orange and a grapefruit look the same. They're both citrus fruits. They're not the same. A zebra and a stallion are in the same family. If it was in a racial category, they would be in the same race. A zebra is not a stallion. A leopard looks like a jaguar. A leopard is not a jaguar. So even if someone is from Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, Burkina Faso, even if they happen to look like a foundational Black American, similarities don't equal to you being the same. The same means identical, right? Salt looks similar to sugar, but it's not the same as sugar. A Jamaican may look similar to a foundational Black American, but we're not the same. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're talking about our ethnic and cultural sovereignty. And you said that proximity is contiguous. It infects a lot of people. Correct. It even affects many of us because people have a worship of whiteness. They believe that white ice is colder. There's, like Malcolm X asked, who taught you to hate yourself? Floyd is the generation of white supremacist OJ. Yeah, it's plenty of people. And Cynical, you ain't gonna be able to troll in the chat. I'm gonna get to your comments, but I will drop a link and you can come up here and either stand on business as long as you're not a troll, but you're not gonna be able to, you're not gonna be able to just troll and babble incoherently. I don't mind you trolling, but bring some level of sophistication. You over here making little laughing emojis. You're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. Oh, okay. You're a troll. Got you. Yeah. Okay. Now I got you. Sword fighting weirdos. Yeah. There's a reason why people say, hey, do you want to go Greek? And what do you think going Greek is? And when people think about going Greek, who was going Greek? It was Greek males going Greek on other Greek males. That's their culture. You're a man and a white man. Okay, good for you. I wouldn't even want Bald Bill looking at me. He looks... What's your point? This is, another... Here, let me just drop the link, bro, because see, this is what I always say, bro. It always happens. People come in here and then we got the incoherent, imbecile babblers in the chat. So there you go. The link is right there. Now, if I don't know you, you may have to cam up in the back just so I can make sure that you're not a troll. But all of these people, y'all pretend as if y'all got smoke in the chat. People are calling me a raccoon. They're calling me a racist. You're pushing division. Here. You can come up, debate me and get smoked, intellectually obliterated and outclassed, or we can have a discussion and try to have a meeting of the minds. The link is there. I don't want to hear y'all whining and trolling in the chat. The link is right there. Won't you stand on business unless you're too low IQ to stand by? And here you go. Another straw man. No one ever said mulattoes, and it's spelled with a U. It's not called mulattoes. It's mul, you know, like mule, M-U. No one said mulattoes aren't equal. And equal to what? What the hell are you talking about? If zebras aren't stallions, no one said that a zebra wasn't equal to a stallion. But you don't believe a zebra is a stallion. Or maybe do you? Because you have proven to be extremely low IQ. A zebra, so here, a zebra is not a stallion. Okay? A jaguar is not a leopard. Sorry to break it to you, Mr. Low IQ. Cloudness, is that really you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I was like, damn, you know, because the trolls is trolling right now. I was like, bruh, is that really the bro? But what's good, man? Go ahead. Oh, okay.
It's all good, bro. I was when you dropped the link, it was cool. I'm a little baked right now, so.
Oh, okay, I got you. So here, let me just cook them because now these people are acting confused, right? So they said, isn't a male zebra a stallion still? So when people are talking about stallions, does anybody think they're talking about a zebra? When you go to the rodeo and see see stallions, do you see a zebra? Okay, so here, let me make it more poignant. A zebra is not a Clydesdale. How about that, right? And notice they only tried to pick that one out. I said that a jaguar is not a leopard, and they didn't want to say nothing about that. Then they're like, here, let me harp on the zebra. But they can't refute anything that I say, right? Because this is this whole flat blackness thing when they want to try to pretend we're all the same. So Cloudness, you have to be the same as a newly arrived Haitian immigrant. You have to be the same as Akon. You have to be the same as Idris Elba. And the only way they say is because of phenotype, right? And it doesn't even make any sense. They'll say that you have the same skin tone. There's a bunch of Asians that have the same skin tone as white people. Oh, they're not white. How? If it was about skin tone, Asians have pale white skin tone. White people have pale white skin tone. So if it's just about skin tone, then that means Asians are white, right? Then they start babbling. No, you can't say that. So then they try to pretend as if any melanated person could claim blackness. Vivek Ramaswamy is darker than some foundational black Americans. Could Vivek Ramaswamy claim that he's black based on skin tone? So lineage and heritage is more than just about skin tone. They already know this, which is why Palestinians, who they try to say they're Muslim and Middle Eastern, well, you know what Palestinians are classified as in America, right? White. There's no gun to their head forcing them to choose that. Well, you may want to listen a little bit, bro. But if you got questions, the link is out there. Any of y'all you don't have to just troll and whine in the chat. If you got smoke, I'm here for it. Just come on up. As long as you ain't, on no P-bomb and stuff, come up. You know what I mean? But this the thing. If you want the smoke, be prepared. Fair warning. You might get smoked. I'm just saying. Man, so again, another lunatic comment. The whole point that I brought up is because they are related. They're not the same. That's the whole point. You can have relations to someone. You can have similarities to someone and not be the same. Same means identical. I mean, this is like rudimentary stuff that I'm teaching you. Same and similar are not identical. And shout out to Last Call. And like I said, anybody that wants to smoke, the link is out there, bro. You don't just gotta, who is this person? Big. I mean, you got a lot to say in the chat. The link is right there. You know what I mean? Since you believe that your IQ and intellect is so superior, why are you acting afraid? Zebra from Africa aren't equal to a Clydesdale from Europe. Dude's argument like a toilet flush and keep spinning. Literally, no one said that someone wasn't equal. Right? And that's why, and it's funny, like, I don't mind you trolling. Won't you come up here and troll? Because actually, the next comment that you leave with these laughing emojis, I'm gonna have to just time you out. Because not only that, you're too scared. And you know what? Actually, here, let me go ahead and time these people out. Put him on a timeout, and I'm going to go ahead and put you on a timeout. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I call a form of intellectual cowardice. People already in the chat making laughing emojis, acting like moist hoes and B-I-E-I itches. There's nothing masculine about this, right? You're over here trying to intellectually challenge me. You have the link to already come up here. But yet you don't. You're whining in the chat like a moist hoe who just had her first menstrual cycle. You're pretending as if you're even a decent debater, then come up here. And you said you're not going to be allowed to spam in the chat. If you're not going to get on the mic, get out the room. And that's the whole thing. They know that they can't stand up. They can't stand on whatever they talking about. Why are you trying to reason with the stupid people? It's a waste of time. Just keep cooking and ignore the rhetoric, because the rhetoric is not based on facts. It's historically verifiable info. Yeah, you know, sometimes if I have time, I do like to, entertain it, but I do like to try to give real-time examples to dispel the myth, because there are some people that kind of internalize the low IQ talk and all this other type of stuff, right? But when given an opportunity to put their intellect and wits on display, they always run like cowards. And just like this person says, I'm stroking my ego like I have 1,000 viewers. I don't need 1,000 viewers. I dropped the link. You can't challenge me intellectually. And this is what I'm going to do. I don't got 1,000 viewers, but it won't take me 1,000 seconds to time your bitch ass out. And that's what I did, because you came in hot acting like a hoe. And you know what? It's okay, bro. I don't mind the trolls. Keep the trolls coming. Y'all trolls help boost the engagement, and y'all allow me to cook. The trolls give me an alley-oop. But hey, to all the trolls.
You know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
Yeah, we ain't letting that ride. The mods ain't letting it ride. We'll get you up out of here because y'all too afraid. And this is all I want to show. This is a case study. All of these troll, and look, they all have faceless troll accounts, right? All of us. Look at Cloudness. Cloudness got a picture of him. You feel me? I have a picture of me. All of these trolls, they never want to show their face. Not only, it's one thing that you don't want to show your face, but it's another thing that you don't even want to stand on and stand by. They said that, oh, my arguments wasn't making sense. I dropped them the link to debunk me in real time, and they scatter like some roaches. I mean, so this is what you call pathetic. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? I'm just saying. So let me go ahead and pivot from right here, because this leads into, and actually this was a perfect case study, because let me pull this up about, you know, people who are obsessed with anti-blackness and why people are drawn to negative attention. So let me go ahead and pull this down a little bit. And any of y'all could come up, Big Rig or anybody, you know what I mean? I'm going to cook for a little bit. I know Big Rig going to go live. Our Big Rig, are you going live at 8 or 8:30? And Tay-Bay, any of y'all, any other lovely ladies could come up too, you know what I mean? But let me show this though. Like, why are people so drawn to negativity and attention seeking, because there's a lot of people, especially surrounding this Carmelo Anthony case and just in general. It's a lot of people that are addicted to this toxic type of behavior. And these are the same people. What about black on black crime? Okay, cool. You always talking about black on black crime, but what are your solutions? Making a podcast about black on black crime isn't a solution. You know what I mean? So all these people will whine and say, y'all complain too much, but then they're complaining about other people complaining. It doesn't make any sense. Imagine you was on a football team and there was a scrawny player that kept complaining. Would you focus on doing your football drills, or would you spend your time at practice complaining about the weakling who probably won't make the team because they're complaining too much? If we're just these low IQ, unorganized people who complain all the time, what the hell are you doing with your time that you got so much time to complain about us allegedly complaining? It sounds idiotic because that's exactly what it is. Now, psychologists tracing back to Bowlby and Ainsworth find that people with anxious or disorganized attachment styles formed in childhood when caregiving was inconsistent. They learned that behavior reliably produces attention when positive behavior doesn't. That pattern becomes hardwired. Now, people don't want to get this deep with it, but don't take my word for it. This is what the clinical and psychological analysis is giving, that many people that are attracted to this negative content, this negative behavior, stems from many of your childhood. You see it all the time, right? You see these babies fake crying. A baby can't get a toy and then suddenly they're flailing and falling back. Like, are they really sad, or are they just having a traumatic response, or are they having a strategic response? They know, hey, every time I start whining and crying, I get a toy. Flailing and acting in a negative behaved manner is rewarding for them. So all of these people, the negativity is rewarding them. That's why you got people like Kuntan Daniels, Charleston Coonston White, Jesse Lee the Sambo Peterson, Myron the Tether Games, Amru Furil, right? All of these people are acting in a negative way because many of these people had troubled childhoods, probably wasn't loved, as a kid, and probably that negative behavior is what led to them to have some sort of a reward, right? Many people, the kids act out and their parents start to coddle them. Oh, it's going to be all right, baby. No, stop babying that kid. That kid is going to be a nuisance. That kid is going to be a problem child. Rather than addressing their problems, their negative behavior gets rewarded. How many times y'all went to school with some people that was cutting class? They was negative, right? My mom was like, you cutting up in school, you may get grounded, you may get punished. People don't even know what these terms are. Grounded, what the hell is that? You're on restriction? What the hell is that? Kids don't know what these terms are nowadays, right? But there were kids at school that would get suspended. You go over their house. I'm like, bro, you got the new Jordans? Yeah, my mom got me this. I'm like, nigga, you got suspended. You got suspended from school and your mom took you to the mall? Well, why would that behavior ever change, especially when this toxic and negative behavior has been rewarded? Same thing with some chicks, right? You've been told, hey, don't dress like this. You'll have a scarlet letter. You'll be labeled as this promiscuous thought, right? But then when chicks is twerking and busting it wide open, which will be considered, not acting ladylike, it would be considered negative behavior. Yeah, that negative behavior is being rewarded. These chicks busting it open on OnlyFans, making more money than they ever did. So now you're trying to convince them that they should work a humble job at Walmart, but they're selling and showing cooch on OnlyFans and making more money than they did in their lifetime. That negative behavior is being reinforced financially and socially. Yes, bitch, you go, girl. Yeah, bad bitch and all this other stuff. Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga. Like, this is all toxic behavior, but it's being normalized. And people are being desensitized to it. It's being glorified as well. So if it's being glorified and monetized and people are making more money than they should, why would they go back to the straight and narrow? Me, I have principles. I have integrity. I'm shadow banned. and I'm not getting any money off of these. So I'm a man of the people. But for other people who've made a living off of anti-Black debauchery and degeneracy, they don't care about the collective of the community. So they're willing to sell everyone out, you know, just for a few shillings, and not even a full butter biscuit, just the buttermilk biscuit crumbs. And much of this stems from people's toxic childhood. This isn't me saying this. This is a psychological analysis that anyone could do their own research. You know what I mean? But let's see what the chat is saying. You got other stories to cover that you didn't get to yet. Don't let them guys get you off kilter. Put them in their place, then move on. I'm still working, so I can't come up as yet. And shout out to Miss Kimberly. She's still in there. Young man, your parents did their job very well. To them, I appreciate you, and that means a lot to me. So shout out to Carp DM. Now let's talk about the negativity bias. Now the brain is literally wired to prioritize negative stimuli. Again, this isn't me talking, right? You don't have to take my word for it. But how about the neuroscientist Rick Hansen? So if you don't believe me, you mean you disbelieve a neuroscientist? Now he describes the brain as a Velcro for bad experiences and Teflon for good ones. For some people, the bias becomes amplified. Negative framings feel more real, more urgent, and more socially engaging. And what are the titles that get the clickbait, right? Do positive titles get clickbait or more negative, controversial titles? Because you're hardwired to be seeking controversy. You're hardwired to be seeking negativity. Think about this, the term rubbernecking, right? If you're driving on the road and you see a crash, you know that there's nothing going to be good about the crash. Either someone is going to be physically injured severely, or they may be fatally injured. There's nothing good about someone being severely injured, but you're still rubbernecking and want to look. There's nothing good about someone being fatally injured in a car accident, but you still rubberneck and you want to look. And let's just say everyone is alive, but the cars are totaled. There's nothing good about that. All of those things involving an accident are all negative. But what slows down the accident a lot of times on the freeway is a lot of people rubbernecking. They're trying to look like, bruh, just keep driving, keep your head locked forward. But no, they want to see the negativity. There's a negativity bias. Look at all the shows, whether it be Netflix, Paramount, whatever. Which shows are you watching? Which shows are very riveting to you, right? The Euphoria, the Nemesis, you know, the Jack Reacher, shows where people are getting their heads busted, where snipers are shooting, where there's sexual exploitation and stuff. This is what people are clinging to. There's so many stories of, you know, feel good stories, but you don't want to see that. Many people want to, that's why they keep making Marvel movies, because it's action packed and people are getting beat up. There's villains, and then people start to love the villains even more, right? People are excited about Dr. Doom, right? People loved Thanos. You know what I mean? Look at all of the villains, whether it be Scarface. Scarface was a villain. He was putting illegal drugs into community. He was going around slaughtering people, but hey, he's a villain that I like. Right? Then people try to justify it and say, okay, well, we really don't like villains unless villains are doing things for a good cause. And then they say the Punisher going around killing people, committing crimes. You know what I mean? But you love that, right? That's pretty negative. Someone on a vigilante spree blowing heads off, but oh, he's doing it for a good cause. Okay, so slaughter is good for a good cause. Now, these are the things that people are programmed and indoctrinated to believe, that you're socially engineered to believe that negativity is good. Then they try to frame that, oh, well, no, negativity is bad. And, you know, we're a nation of laws and you should pay attention to crime. And then when you talk about all the crimes that the president has done and have been accused of, then they say, oh, well, you know, he's been railroaded. It's just, you know, a lot of hypocrisy and negativity bias. You know what I mean? People love the negativity, but at the same time whine about it. They love to talk about, what about black on black crime? But how these same people never say, what about black on black unity? And then they don't show examples of black unity. There's a litany of people that are having worker co-ops and getting land trust, and there's black families that are buying acres of land and building whole neighborhoods. But what's gonna get more clicks, right? Talking about a thriving black community or talking about black people in fatherless home. Look at this black woman in a bonnet twerking versus look at this black woman who graduated at the top of her class with a master's. Yeah, people will say, okay, here, let me like it, and that's black excellence, but they won't do a whole stream about it. They won't do a 3-hour stream about that. Think about this. People love to talk about black culture, right? They'll have a plethora of young black men graduating from Morehouse College, or you pick the college. Suddenly, that's not black culture. Young black educated men graduating from college isn't black culture. But a few random miscreants in the street committing drive-bys, suddenly that is black culture. 3 crusty, musty, dusty niggas from Oakland do a drive-by. That's black culture. Hundreds and thousands of black men across the country graduate from college, but that's not black culture. Make it make sense. 4, 5, 10 musty niggas do drive-bys and are in gangs. That's black culture. Tens of thousands of black men get degrees. That's not black culture. It doesn't make any sense. Now let's talk about the narcissistic supply. Psychoanalytic theory, Kinberg and Kohut, describes narcissistic supply as the emotional fuel that people need from others. Negative attention, outrage, argument, concern provides this just as effectively as admiration. The quantity of a response matters more than its quality. So that's why they say all publicity is good publicity. So think of this right now. Let's say, you look in the mirror and you want to lose a few pounds, right? What is going, and you may know that you need to lose some pounds. You look and you like, damn, this dress or these jeans don't fit anymore. I need to lose some pounds. What is going to be more motivational for you? Like, hey, just lose those pounds whenever you get to it. You know what I mean? That's one statement. Or somebody say, damn, you look hella fat. Like you fell off when you was in high school. Like, look at your love handles. You got this sloppy beard belly. You hella fat. That would be pretty rude. That would be mean. That negativity would have more of an impact on your psyche for you to get in the gym. If I just say, hey, you know what? You look fine, baby girl. You just a little rough around the edges and just work a little bit harder to lose those few pounds. People they're going to internalize, oh, well, you said I look fine. And, it's some nigga in my DMs. But if a nigga is like, chick, you hella fat. I mean, look at my last chick. She got a 6-pack and chick, you're just obese and rotund, right? Unfortunately, those negative insults would have more of an impact on people getting their act together. The same thing, too. If a nigga was a homosexual and the chick is just coddling him and saying, hey, you know what I mean? I'm sure you'll find a job one day, buddy, versus nigga, you ain't shit. You've been sleeping on my couch, eating my baby's Gushers, fruit snacks, and drinking all the Capri Suns. Nigga, get your shit together. I ain't your mammy. Yeah, that would be very, a way to effeminize, this man and emasculate him. But that would, bro would have to look in the mirror. Damn, man, I was drinking all his Capri Suns and eating the fruit snacks. That's going to have more of an impact on the psyche. So unfortunately, people respond to negativity more. We have a trigger where, the negativity bias is always activated. Now, unmet core needs. So the psychologist Abraham Maslow and later Marshall Rosenberg argued that disruptive attention seeking almost always signals unmet needs for belonging, significance, safety, and being heard. Oops, my bad. I was on mute. And Kimberly says, now with the cameras in every hand, people want to capture and memorize the negative event. Correct. You see people sharing and disseminating more negative events than anything, right? If there's some black on black crime, they'll promote it and say, oh man, we got to do better, but they won't film a video of us doing better. There's plenty of time. And think about this. You actually get demonized. So if I go out and say, hey, look, man, I'm going to feed a bunch of homeless people and I'm going to film this because I want to inspire people. Then they say, oh, man, you just did that for the photo shoot. Why you bring that camera out there? So I shouldn't bring a camera out when I'm filming me giving food to the homeless. But they should bring a camera to show some black people fighting other black people. You don't want to show black people feeding other black people. Man, don't show that, man. Why are you showing that for the cam, right? You know, that's supposed to defeat the purpose. But how does you sharing a fight video of another black person? Like, what purpose does that serve? Man, we got to do better. Show me. You could find somebody sharing 10 fight videos. I can guarantee you that person that shared 10 fight videos, they haven't shared 10 videos of black people uplifting each other. And then, did you try to break up the fight? Because the same people talk about black on black crime, nigga. You could have stopped the black on black crime. Instead of stopping it, you know what I mean? Why didn't you call the cops? You're so concerned about the crime. Instead of calling the cops, you put on the camera to film it. So these people, they don't have any solutions. They don't have any answers. All they have is just pathetic content that shows you how buck broken and desperate they are. Like, bro, you have no other hustles. You have no other hustles but to throw your community under the bus for some coin because massa pays good. There's nothing masculine about that. Negative cognitive response is exactly what keeps a 24-hour news cycle going, which is why they have terms like if it bleeds, it leads. So 0 to no stories on legacy media. Propaganda is designed to target these responses. I shared a story it wasn't the other day, I think probably last month. There were 2 of these black brothers, right? There was some deranged Latino dude who went on a shooting spree. He unalived his ex-wife and her new boyfriend, and he was going to shoot more people. These random black dudes who didn't know each other tackled him, beat him down, and saved his life. There wasn't no wall-to-wall coverage about that. In fact, there was coverage that said, hey, these dudes saved a bunch of people, but we don't know if what they did was illegal. Because there was a gun-toting maniac who had already slaughtered 2 people. And because the black dudes beat the brakes off him, they saying, was that actually justified? I couldn't believe it. But don't take my word for it. Look it up. This happened in Vegas. So the 2 black Samaritans who were heroes, it was being dangled that they might face some legal troubles for protecting their community against a deranged Latino gunman. Again, these heroic stories are not highlighted as black culture. Those are just too random. Again, once 2 random niggas commit a crime, that's black culture. Once 2 random black brothers stand on business and save a multitude of lives, nothing to see here. And we've been joined by Lex 925, Chocolate Glow, So let's get back into this thing, though. Like I told you, this one would be a banger. Now, when people are gravitating towards this negative energy, many people want to feel a sense of belonging. So since there's a community of anti-black bigots, they feel that they belong. They can bond and circle jerk over them calling black people niggers, right? They feel a certain level of significance. Many of these people were low IQ losers and incels. They had no life. They had no recognition. In high school, they were the type to get thrown in a locker. But then suddenly they start talking about black people in a disparaging way. And then they shot to prominence. They get massive donations. They get thousands of subscribers. So it's hard to tell some incel, some irrelevant loser who entire existence was just, being a miserable miscreant. Now you want to tell those people, hey, stop being anti-black, even though your entire career, you've made the most money from being anti-black. You've got the most prominence from being anti-black. So these people can't just turn it off like a faucet, because that's the faucet that's keeping their well overflowing. Now, from a safety standpoint, people pretend as if they're under attack, but many of these people, they can't stand on business, right? They can't stand by themselves. See, me, I stand on business for myself, for my community, my country, and by myself. Now, I'm all for allyship. I'm all for coalition building, but I'm not waiting for a coalition to stand on business, right? If I'm going to go ride for my community, if I'm going to go do a backpack drive, I'm not waiting for a coalition. When I'm going to go sponsor a kid and coach and mentor the young youth, I'm not waiting for an ally or a coalition to do that. And many times people will know that we have no allies. Okay, we have no allies. So why haven't you built up the people that are trustworthy? Why haven't you took a core group of trustworthy people and built anything, right? To clean up trash, to help these kids learn vital skills. These kids are the future, right? And instead, cats be 50 years old still thinking you in high school. You 50 years old still dressing like your son. So how am I supposed to distinguish you from your son? You a ON, old nigga, acting like a YN. It doesn't make any sense. If you acting like the YN, why should the YN look to you? You're trying to pretend to be a YN and say, look up to me, YN. I'm your elder. No, you're not an elder. You're an older. That's what you are, an old nigga. You're not an EN. You're not an elder nigga. You just an old nigga. And it's about time we start calling that out, bruh. Because if you got all this old and elder wisdom, why aren't you imparting that on the youth? And then the cat's like, well, nobody never taught me nothing. Okay, cool. Be the change that you want to see. Because if you still on the same shit, well, nobody never taught me this and nobody never gave me a handout and all this other type of shit. Okay, fine, bruh. Kind of is what it is, bro. You're saying that you are okay with the status quo. You're okay with things stand the way they are, because if you're not, then what are you doing to change the conditions? And if you haven't done anything to change the conditions, I don't want to hear it. You making content about black women in bonnets, black on black crime, and fatherless homes, that's not doing anything for the community. We've heard that for decades. All you're doing is monetizing pain and trauma. And if you're that desperate and pathetic and you have no hustle, no innovation, then just say that. And then this is more so to the consumers. Why are y'all respecting that? Like, seriously, if someone has an iced out chain, like right now, if I have an icy chain in a Lamborghini and I pull up and say, fuck your mama, she's a bitch and your daughter is a whore. And then I follow that up with some very profound and prolific statement. Do you think people are going to say, hey, he was cooking? Or are they going to fixate on me talking about their mama and their daughter? Right. So people in the community will allow these people to say disparaging things about the black community. And then they say one thing right. Oh, yeah, well, they do got a point. Or a broken clock is right twice a day. None of these coons are saying anything that hasn't been said before. They're not reinventing the wheel. All they are just ramping up and amplifying the anti-black message. There's nothing to respect about that. And notice how many of these people, all they do is they try to talk to people who are not intellectually formidable. I mean, that's cowardly right there. There's another form of intellectual cowardice. If you're an NBA player, you should be playing other NBA players. Who will respect an NBA player that wants to go play high school players or play collegiate D-League players? No. You're an NBA player, play other NBA players. Many of these people purport themselves to be master debaters, and then they go around and want to try to debate someone fresh out of high school who's still wet behind the ears, breath smelling like Similac. There's nothing to respect about that. That's a form of intellectual cowardice. That's why many of these people get on monologues, the Ben Shapiro's, the Matt Walsh. They get and just talk about it, people. They don't talk to people. And the people they do talk to is people they already agree with. They think that we're so low IQ. So wouldn't it be a spectacle for them to have a bunch of low IQ blacks and they just destroy them intellectually? They never do that, though, because they know that they will get slaughtered. So who actually has the low IQ anyways? But yes, the Maslow hierarchy of needs, people need to look that up. So I know that Kimberly is well read if she's bringing up that. So let's get back into it. Now, the operant conditioning. Simple behaviorism explains much of it. If negative behavior was rewarded with attention repeatedly in a childhood or social environments, the brain encodes it as an effective strategy. It becomes automatic, not consciously manipulative. So again, these people have been raised when their parents, their mommy and daddy told them no, when they start throwing a fit, and then guess what? That no becomes a yes. That's them behaving like a brat. That's them behaving in an unruly and a negative way. But that unruly negative behavior, they've been rewarded by it. I've told you, I went to school with multiple students. They will have bad grades or be cutting up in school. They go home and they get rewarded with a new pair of shoes or an ice cream date or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's going to be conducive for more of the same behavior. Low self-worth and shame. Researcher Breanne Brown links chronic attention-seeking negativity to deep shame. People who don't believe they're inherently worthy of positive attention may provoke reactions to feel powerful rather than vulnerable. Self-sabotage positive connections before others can reject them. Use conflict as intimacy is the closest form of connection they know. So yes, this is how some people trauma bond. They use the negativity as a form of intimacy. They actually get aroused by it. And this is why some people say that the makeup sex is the best, because, you know, there's a lot of passion, a lot of contention, animosity, and then it spills over into like a polarizing climax. You know, and then the self-sabotage positive connections before others can reject them. Now, what people like to do, they like to self-sabotage and then say, see, man, and that's why I did this. It's like, no, the reason why the community or people reacted to you was because that you did this. If you didn't behave in a certain way or you didn't say a certain thing, then the community wouldn't have had that response. So people like to behave in a coonish way and then say, hey, well, the black community and, you know, people are unaliving each other. Like, that had nothing to do with your coonery, right? Because some person unalived someone else in Baltimore. That's why you were tap dancing in LA. That's why you were tap dancing in Texas, because you saw some black people commit a crime on other black people in New York. It doesn't even make any sense, right? If anything, you would see like, okay, look, there was some black on black crime. I'm going to do everything to mitigate black on black crime. So all of the people that say they're against it, you disparaging black people, that's black on black crime and conflict, because you're inciting more violence and more hatred and vitriol against this community, you know, a community that you're pretending to be a part of, all for some pats on the back and the crumbs of some buttermilk biscuits. The dopamine and drama. Neuroscience shows that conflict and social drama trigger dopamine release, the same reward pathway as gambling for social media likes. For some people, especially those with trauma histories, chaos feels more familiar than calm, and calm can even feel threatening or boring. So many people think that it's exciting, you know what I mean, to be anti-black. It's exciting to go back and forth and, you know, pretend to incite a race war. Some people, you know, they can't live without, you know, these dramatic overtones. Now, the personality structure. Clinically persistent pattern appears in borderline personality. Fear of abandonment drives intense attention seeking. Histrionic personality. Discomfort when not the center of attention. Narcissistic personality requires constant external validation. Antisocial traits. Provocation as power and control. Now, most researchers agree on a common thread. Negative attention seeking is almost never about the negativity itself. It's about a deep, unmet hunger to matter to someone. The negativity is just the strategy that worked at some point, even now that it's destructive. So again, people have been being rewarded by being negative. People have been rewarded by being coons and buffoons. So that's why it continues to be heightened. You start to see more and more of the buffoonery because there's some sort of social currency for doing that. Now I'm going to play another visual, and I want to salute the chat, everyone that has been rocking. Uno momento. And while I pull up that other, before I pull up the other video, Cloudness, did you have anything to chime in on what I said? Otherwise, I'm gonna play the video.
No, go ahead, bro.
Got you. So give me uno momento. I'm gonna pull this video up. This, and like I said, I have MAGA moron fatigue. And let me react to this video real quick from the brother, Street Media TV, Mr. Macon. So let me let this ad go by and y'all go subscribe to the channel. This is on Street Media TV, and this video is titled Chud the Builder and his racist friend Jake Lang finally realized nobody's coming to save them. Let's get into it. And just in case you don't know, Chud the Builder or Chud the Bussy Warrior, he was this bigoted anti-black stooge in Tennessee. He was running around saying that black people were chimping out. He was trying to provoke black people to attack him. As soon as they lunge at him or attack him in any type of aggressive way, he was pepper spray or bear spray them. And then there was this incident where Chud was outside of a Tennessee courthouse. And mind you, these people don't truly care that he shot a black dude. They only really care that he did it in front of a courthouse. So ironically, Chud is always saying black people chimp out, and then he chimped out. He pulled a firearm and shot a black man. And luckily, this black man was a soldier, a veteran, and he survived. But, you know, all the people that say Carmelo should have fought fair, Chud didn't fight fair. Chud was getting the brakes beat off by a black dude. And rather than fight like a man, because that's what they say, fight like a man. And what did Chud do? He pulled out his pistol like a coward and shot the brother. You know what I mean? So it's crazy, right? They're saying Carmelo Anthony wasn't self-defense. Carmelo Anthony was being surrounded by...
Don't forget he shot himself, too. Don't forget he shot himself in the process. Clown-ass dude. He shot himself, too, B-Eazy.
Yeah, that was another thing that I forgot, too. That also shows how low IQ and unhinged Chud the Bussy Warrior was. He not only shot a brother, but because he's just a little effeminate maniac, he couldn't even handle the firearm. It wasn't like bro didn't have no heavy artillery. He didn't have no M16 or nothing like that. He couldn't even handle the little baby pistol that he had. And on top of that, he was shooting reckless. He could have unalived multiple people. So that's all they care about. They don't care that he was black. If this had happened at a liquor store, then Chud would be out right now. They only care that it was at a courthouse because in order for him to shoot someone outside the courthouse, he had to have that bag inside or in close proximity to the courthouse. That's really all the judges care about. And then you got this other anti-black loser named Jake Lang, who's have a history of violence. He stormed the Capitol on January 6th. He literally was hitting a Capitol officer with a bat very violently. This dude is a thuggish ruffian. He's a Jewish person. So all the people that love to say it's the Jews, they blame the Jews for everything, but they don't really call this dude out. They try to pretend, no, Jews are not white. But then they let this dude who is clearly Jewish, who is clearly white, pretend as if he's some sort of thought leader. Now, this dude got arrested for making some sorts of threats. So we're going to get into this video right here. So let me just take this off and bam.
Was Jake Lang. Jake Lang is the guy that was arrested in court when Chud the Builder was going to court after he powed a black man, right? Down there in Tennessee. And he got up and caused a spectacle. They put him in jail for like 10 days. And he called crying, saying that he was being horribly treated. Well, Jake Lang showed up to the Carmelo Anthony trial and he threatened the life of Carmelo Anthony. And because of that, he was arrested. right? So now he's in the pokey. He's crying again. He's alleging that he was beaten by guards, by black guards. He's putting out all these different allegations that can't be substantiated or proven, right? But he's been able to pull off something that even Chud couldn't pull off. This guy has a black supporter. Now, a lot of the radical, hardcore conservatives like Brandon Tatum, the Hodge twins, so many of those other, Anthony Brian Logan, and so many of those other conservatives that find no fault in W folks, they all have been sidestepping Jake Lane and getting away from Jake Lane. But somehow they found this guy to come on here and say this.
So there's a white man who's currently being persecuted and is getting put down to the absolute max simply for.
And before I let this dude play, and this is why the delineation is in full swing. And brother, shout out to the brother George from Street Media. Man, you know, you got to delineate. This dude ain't just no black dude. This is a melanated tether. I can't remember what party he's from. I think he's from some sort of African country. No, the flat blackness is dead. We're not just letting these melanated tethers to try to say, hey, look, I have melanin and, you know, I support Jake Lang or I support Chud the Builder. So that's supposed to give cover and say that, hey, look, there's people in the black community supporting. Like, no. And these people love to try to shed and discard their lineage and history to try to use this flat blackness, right? So when these people win a degree, right? And I'm not saying this is one particular country or nationality, because they all do it. If there's a Nigerian person that wins a degree, they're going to say Nigeria, stand up. They're going to fly the flag of Nigeria, talk about Nigerian excellence, etc. They don't say black people stand up. They say Nigeria stand up. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. But if there's someone from Nigeria that commits a crime, then we all black. That's black. Black people is black. No, it's not black. That's Nigerian or that's Haitian or Senegalese. Like, why are we pretending that we don't know what these people lineage is? Why are we pretending that we don't have enough of a information apparatus to collect data accurately? We're in the information age. It's all of a click of a button. AI can do things so quick. So if we can track people and we want to be able to accurately track people, then we must delineate. We must disaggregate. It's not to be divisive. It's to be specific. Because many like to say, hey, Nigerians are doing so much better, right? You know, they come here and they get all these degrees and all this attainment. Well, if they're lumped in with our numbers, how could we know how great they really are, right? So in order for us to bask in the greatness and the excellence of Nigeria, then that means we need to separate, you know, the stats. Yeah, you can still say that this person is a melanated person or a racially black person, but the same people that say don't make it about race, and we say, okay, cool, we're done with race. That's why we're not doing flat blackness. We're focused on ethnicity and we focus on nationality. Then they flip flop and try to make it about race and start talking about sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not African. You know what I mean? You can have African genetics and not be African, just as well as you can have European genetics and not be European. Most foundational Black Americans have a significant amount of European ancestry and genetics. Doesn't mean that they're European. But yeah, like we have to delineate. There's this melanated tether over here. I'm black. And because he's over here kissing the butt and licking the crack of some bigot, then we have to pretend like this dude speaks for black men. No, he speaks for whatever respective ethnic and nationality group that he represents. He's not a foundational Black American freedman. We're not claiming him at all. But let's get back into it, though.
To come on here and say this.
So there's a white man who's currently being persecuted and is getting put down to the absolute max simply for having an opinion. Keep in mind, Jake Lang only said words, yet his bail is set to $1 million. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony murdered a child, stabbed a child in the heart, and his bail was set to $250,000. Like 4 times more for Jake Lang for saying words. That is ridiculous. Keep in mind, the people who were at Carmelo Anthony's sentencing, they assaulted me just for holding a sign that said White Lives Matter. None of them were arrested. They made death threats. They said they were going to murder me and kill me and murder my family. None of them were arrested. Jake Lang was arrested before his feet even touched the Texas soil. As soon as he landed on the airport, before he could even get outside the airport, the police came and arrested him because he said words weeks or months ago. It's ridiculous, guys. You have to go and donate to Jake Lang today. His bail will be reduced.
And this is a pathetic showing of a buck broken. Yeah, we're not claiming this dude. And like Tedney says, that's the zesty tether from the anti-Carmelo video, who was saying that he's more black than the supporters because he's from Africa while antagonizing them. And this is why we don't use goofy terms like African American. It's just an erasure term. And this is why we don't use flat black terms, right? Cynthia Erivo, who's Nigerian and British. Nigerian Brit. She comes over here and then she's African American, and we have to pretend as if we have the same lineage. Then they say, hey, Idris Elba, who talks like Cheerio, would you like a spot of tea? That's how he actually talks. But because he can cosplay as an FBA by playing the role of Stringer Bell, Idris Elba, I'm black and I got citizenship in America, so I'm black American. So any of those terms, you don't know who the hell you're talking about. African American, who are you talking about? Charlize Theron, Dave Matthews, French Montana, Elon Musk, Black American. Who are you talking about? No one really knows. I mean, they can say Kamala Harris is Black American. Now, we don't believe that, but that's the nebulous nature of these terms. But what shuts them all down, and you don't got to like it, right? But when you are firmly saying that I'm a foundation, and I'll say it completely. I don't mind saying it. I'm a foundational Black American Negro freedman. You know what I mean? Some of those words, yeah, it can appear redundant. No, not really, because these are terms that we have stood on. Being foundationally Black, being Negro, and being American. It's funny because they want you to claim Africa. You're African. You're African before anything else. When you go to Africa, guess what they call you? When you go to Africa, they tell you how American you are. So make this make sense. I'm in America, from America. My ancestry built America, fought, bled, and died in every war in America. Helped change the trajectory of the bigotry and genocidal proclivities of America. Right? But yet I'm supposed to honor Africa for that? Huh? Your family were veterans of all American wars, but you should give credit to Africa for that. You created hip hop in America. No, that's African. You created gumbo here. No, that's African. Your whole style and swag was based on you growing up in a foundational Black American environment. But then they want to say that you owe it to Africa. The same Africa that they said you don't know where you're from. You lost any semblance of being Africa. So how the fuck is anything that I created African? Bro, this shit don't make any sense. Before I play the video, Clownless, did you have anything to add to that? Because that's the whole thing that they doing in New York, right? They saying all the accomplishments from New York was all African or immigrant based, which is the whole thing of Latinos and Black. And this is the whole thing. It was Puerto Ricans and Blacks, but then they upped it to saying Latinos and Black. So hold on, you're trying to say Venezuelans and Black people created hip hop? Mexicans and Black people created hip hop? Bolivians and Hondurans and Black people created hip hop? No, it was foundational Black Americans only. Other people came later and contributed to something that we created because we are an overly inclusive group, a very loving group. We said, sure, man, this is what we do. Y'all like what we do? Hey, y'all can rock out with this. You know what I mean? And now that turned into, hey, we created it 50-50, just like y'all. No, you didn't. But let's get back into it, though. And shout out to Lex. She know what I'm saying. She know what I'm saying is real. And this gets people kind of uncomfortable. Look, I get it. Some people are in interracial relationships with white people, Latinos and stuff. That's okay. Like, I don't care. If you want to be, if you got a Latino person and they treat you right, hey, I wish you the best. If you got a white person and they treat you right, I wish you the best. Just stop throwing your community under the bus and stop willing to let lies go unchecked just because, you know, your husband or your wife is non-black. You know what I mean? If I'm talking about white supremacy, ooh, I can't really talk about white supremacy because my wife Becky is going to be mad. Like, huh? I'm talking about the system of supremacy, not your wife. Unless your wife is fighting to uphold that system, then yeah, I am talking about your wife, right? All of these people that claim that there are allies, where the hell are our allies to call out the lies? So if the allies, which we don't have any, because groups don't have allies, they have interests. If we have no allies, then who is left to call out the BS? That's us. What Latinos called out Fat Joe? Fat Joe, who is a white Latino going around saying nigga, 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 nigga more than any black person you know. And this whole thing is, I grew up around black people. Huh? There's a bunch of people that grew up around Jewish people. They don't say Jewish slurs. You grew up around a bunch of white people. You didn't say white slurs because you grew up around white people. And then they start pivoting and say, well, y'all call yourselves that. So it goes from, I grew up around blacks, so that's why I say it. You grew up around blacks, but the blacks couldn't come to your house. Your family hated blacks. But yet, even though your family hated blacks, you still emulated blacks, right? So it's just a never-ending saga of people just trying to make excuse to like just disparage us, and then you're just supposed to accept it. So all of the disparagement, that's supposed to fall on Black Americans, but all of the accolades, that's supposed to go to Africa. You've never been to Africa though. But your ancestors, right? Okay. So the so-called Native Americans, their ancestry is allegedly Asian, right? Why are Native Americans called Asian? There's no race called Native American. There's no race called indigenous. Why are Native Americans told to look back to Asia, right? Oh, they were here thousands of years. Yeah, so were we. So how many years does it take, right? When did so-called Siberian natives, when did they stop being Asiatic? Was it year 1? Was it year 2? Was it year 200? So let's just say these so-called Siberian Asiatic natives, let's just say that they came here. When did they become indigenous? Some say as soon as they stepped on the soil, they became indigenous. Okay, fine. They became indigenous. Indigenous to where? They weren't indigenous to America. America didn't exist. They're indigenous to Turtle Island. Why don't they say that? Find me a video of any Native American talking about they're indigenous to Turtle Island. They'll just say they're indigenous to this land. What land? The continent of America? The continent of America that had 1,000 tribes and not all of them were getting along with each other. But we're supposed to pretend like this is their land. Who was they? Right? It's just crazy, right? And that's also one has to say, it was the Native Americans' land. What Native Americans are you talking about? There's a bunch of natives right now that look like Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake. Look at Elizabeth Warren. She's Native American. I can pull it up right now. A bunch of lily white people who are indigenous to Europe, and now they're considered Native American. And peep this, right? They don't consider Native Americans descended from Asia, but they do consider foundational Black Americans descended from Africa, even though many of us were already here, even though there was an amalgamation of any so-called native indigenous person that was too dark, was just mixed in. They were mixed in with free Blacks. They were mixed in with enslaved Black people. They were mixed as indigenous people. And they're saying, yep, y'all Negro now, y'all Black. You can't claim to be indigenous. So a lily white person that's clearly a blonde hair, blue eye person from Europe, they can claim to be native. But us, we have to pretend we all came from Africa. It doesn't even make any sense. And shout out to Denise Brown says, I am correct. Thank you. You know, I have researched this, you know what I mean? And a lot of this stuff, what I'm saying is very surface level and rudimentary. I'm not getting any deep. I'm not even going deep into like any type of anthropological digs or archaeological digs or anything. I'm a 74-year-old white woman, and sir, you are correct. Salute to Denise Brown. And salute to my white people out there, because I'm a humanitarian, so I do love people of all races, ethnic and cultural background. And I especially love the white people who are willing to at least admit the truth. You know what I mean? That's all people are asking. I'm not of a person that think, oh, all white people are the devil and all white people are bad and all white people are racist. I don't believe that. That's why I talk about the significant amounts of things that happen, the problematic amount. Doesn't matter if all white people are racist. All that matters is there a problematic contingent, right? Just like all black people aren't Sambos, all black people aren't coons. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we have a problematic amount of coons that we need to deal with. There's a problematic amount of whites that need to be dealt with. And I'm not talking about in a violent, unaliving way. I mean confronting them and calling out their corruption. And shout out to Denise, because it's a bunch of 74-year-old people running the country. But many of them, will they be here in 20 years? Will they be here in 30, 40 years? They're trying to shape the country to lock it in place for how they want to see the country, but they won't have to live here. It should be more people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s who are ushering in the new generation and the new era of society. Instead, it's a bunch of old boomers and silent generation, brain dead, brain rotted bigots who are just running this country into the ground. The whole "Make America Great Again," the myths of people. I used to walk 20 miles in the snow with a 50-pound backpack to school. The whole pull yourself up by your bootstrap, brain dead boomer logic. I can pull it up right now. Look at how much a house cost in 1950. Look how much a house cost in 1960 or 1970. Now the average cost of a house nationwide is over $400,000. Many of these people, the bigots like Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk, saying we need more white babies. Why are more white people, or why are more people in general going to have babies when it's so unaffordable for them? On one hand, they're saying have more white babies, but then on top of that, they want to force women to have abortions, right? Or they want to force a particular demographic to have abortions, and then they want to force the white women to pop out babies. But then when they pop out babies, they say there's no such thing as a free lunch. Make it make sense. You wanted all these babies. Okay, fine. Here's the babies. Where are the programs to help these babies out? They want to cut all of these social programs, but then they want to fund more military spending. Remember Trump? And I might play the clip. Trump was talking about, hey, we can't afford childcare, but we can afford to give billions and billions to Israel. All of these pro-life people, right? They say they're pro-life, but they're pro-birth. They just want someone to have a baby in the oven. And then when that baby gets popped out, they don't give a damn. Okay, there's a bunch of women that are having kids, and then they have kids and they need a little supplemental income. Y'all welfare queens, huh? So you rather have those babies starve, and then they say, no, y'all are abusing this stuff. So they pretend as if they care about the kids. Then they say, well, we care about the kids, but we just don't want people abusing the welfare. Well, most of the women on welfare are white. And there's a disproportionate amount of immigrant people that are on welfare because you open the border. Many people come from third world, underdeveloped nations. Those people are more incentivized to have a baby, which is why they have the term anchor baby. The baby anchors them here, which is why Trump is getting mad over birthright citizenship. But this is what you guys wanted. You wanted an influx of cheaper labor, and they kill two birds with one stone. You have cheaper labor, and since people are not having babies at replacement rate. Now you have a new crop of new Americans to have the babies. Many of those babies actually will be racially classified as white. So these people will be a new crop of people to adopt and assimilate into whiteness. So this is how they plan to contend with the birthright, the replacement birth crisis, because they bring in people specifically from what they call third world underdeveloped nations, so that they can say, hey, look, you should be happy to be here. You came from a shithole nation, right? So these people, you know, they don't want to upset the apple cart, especially because many of the parents are undocumented, i.e. non-citizens. So one of their first orders of business is to have not only one baby, but multiple babies. Those babies guarantee them citizenship. And on top of that, having undocumented people is more easier to exploit. As much as they want to try to pretend they're America first, they don't want to pay America first wages. They want to exploit people. What's more easier to exploit? An American citizen with a degree or with American training, or someone that just crossed the border who I can say, hey, you're undocumented. I can pay you under the table. And if I'm paying you under the table, I'm definitely not paying you American wages. And it's something that I call MAE, mutually agreed exploitation. These people are being exploited, and many of them know they're being exploited, but the exploitation is advantageous for them. And since it's advantageous, then these people are incentivized to keep the border up, to tell a friend, to have their family. So it's chain migration. Then, you know, they start pulling on your heartstrings. You don't want to separate families, and all this stuff goes, you know, back to the same level of bigotry, right? These people don't want to help Americans. They just want a cheap labor class and more exploitable individuals. It's unfortunate. We all come from a black woman and we are all one. I mean, it sounds good, Denise, and I wish that was true. And I'm not trying to discount what you're saying, but you just got to tell the people to that in your community. I will say, yes, we are one as the human race, but people are not looking at it like that, unfortunately. Just why when there's a crime, people don't say that was human on human crime. What about black on black crime, right? Whenever it's crime, people don't say that we're all one. They're saying, hey, no, that wasn't us. Those were the blacks. When Obama, who was a tether, when he got elected into office, people didn't come together and say we were all one. All they were saying is don't call us racist anymore because we voted for Obama. But a lot of people that were saying that we voted for Obama, they were talking about other people voted for Obama. There are a bunch of people that voted for Mitt Romney and said, see, there's no racism because we voted for Obama. No, you voted for Mitt Romney. You didn't vote for Obama. And you said, I don't fit in with my generation. No, you don't, because the way that you're talking, Denise, many people in your generation, you know, is very rare. So salute to you, Denise. And the link is out there. If any of y'all want to come up, you can come up. You said the Knicks declined to go to the White House. Oh, wow. What? I'm surprised about that. The Knicks declined. Interesting. Donnie boy, the Don got to be feeling some type of way because he from New York, and even the Knickerbockers said hell to the no. Interesting. And Tutney says, I've never heard anyone make that Native American to Asian analog without them trying to call us Africans. This is why I rock with you so hard. Yeah, I appreciate that, right? Because this is not my facts, because they'll try to say, hey, no. They try to say there was no Negroid present, there was no African present, and then they'll try to say there was this Asiatic Mongoloid presence. But what I'm saying, these are very surface level, rudimentary questions that I'm proposing. But as rudimentary as they are, people won't be able to answer them. They'll tell you that they got a PhD and they got a master's. Okay, cool. You got a master's. You went to a prestigious Ivy League school. Why can't you answer this question? When did Native Americans stop being Asian? because there's no race called Native American. And then they start saying, well, race is a social construct. Calling someone a Native American is a social construct. The term indigenous is a social construct. All of these Native Americans, guess what they have? Socially constructed tribes. Cherokee, social construct. Choctaw, social construct. Seminole, Blackfoot, Navajo, Arawak, social construct. Calling yourself Middle Eastern, Arab, Muslim, all of these are social constructs. And you can't tell me on one hand that race is a social construct. That means that everything that falls under race would automatically be a social construct. If race is a social construct, then by default, ethnicity is a social construct. Nationality is a social construct. And guess what else? Religion is a social construct. There's no race called Jewish. There's no race called Buddhist or Hindu or Muslim. These are all religious practices in social constructs. So it's one of the weakest arguments, and I can easily debunk it. And guess what? I didn't go to no Ivy League school. I don't have a PhD or a master's degree. But people with PhD and master's degree, they can't seem to debunk or refute what I'm saying. So they just move on and, oh, there's no evidence of all this stuff. Even if there was evidence, why would they maintain it? There's records where they destroyed our record. They destroyed any record of us being indigenous to this land. They destroyed all of this. They lied. How? And it's funny because all of the people that say, hey, there's no historical record, these are the same people that for over hundreds of years, they believe that Christopher Columbus discovered America. If they would lie about that, what else won't they lie about? So it's weird. Y'all concede that they lied about Christopher Columbus discovering America, but y'all believe that they told the truth about everything else. Yeah, they told a fib, and they kept up that fib for thousands of years. But guess what? They told the truth about everything else. You don't believe that. If they told the truth about everything else, why are they working tooth and nail to erase everything? I thought people were proud of this stuff. This is a whole thing about American exceptionalism, right? Think about this, the Freedom 250, right? We're supposed to be proud and marvel at a fight being at the White House, but you're not supposed to really think about, oh, this White House is a beautiful structure. Who built the White House? It wasn't immigrants. It wasn't people of color. It was foundational Black American freedmen who built the White House. The White House that we love and adore. Oh my God, look at this beautiful structure. But then you don't want to give reverence to the people who built that structure. Imagine you looking at a Lamborghini. Oh my God, this Lamborghini is a beauty. It's a beaut. But you don't care about who built the Lamborghini. Do you care about how beautiful the Lamborghini is or not? Because that means you have to appreciate who actually built it. But then when they see who actually built it, then they say, they're a little bit too dark for my taste. That's all it is. If they can lay claim and say that some white person built it, then, they'll be propping it up. But then they even lay claim to things that weren't even historically white. They try to claim Roman culture. They didn't consider Romans white. They were calling them guineas, i.e. Africans, i.e. blacks, i.e. niggas. The Greeks, they weren't considered white. And then they saw that their birth rates were low even back then. And then they folded these other people into whiteness. And now these people try to pretend as if they're whiter than white. You know what I mean? That's a form of cultural buck breaking. You know what I mean? So much that these people are willing to strip their entire culture to be under the flat blackness. And now there's a bunch of whites to say, we built this and we built that. It's like, bro, you're from some slums in Europe. Like, someone to come from Bosnia or Slovenia and try to say what white people built. Like, bro, you're Bosnian. Like, why are you trying to pretend like you had anything to do with the building of America? No, you just came over here, and because you had a similar complexion, you want to pretend as if, hey, I'm white and the founders of this country was white. And it wasn't the founders, they were the framers. They framed the country in a certain way. They didn't found anything. You know what I mean? And you said, I have to go to school, work. I'm studying to be an art therapist. I enjoy your show. Hey, salute to you. And a lot of people do need to be more abreast with art therapy. They have aromatherapy as well, I think. And I am planning on putting on an event. I was thinking about either like a paint and puff event, where you paint and, people smoke on some of the finest herbs the planet has to offer, or like a kind of socialize and sip, you know what I mean? And I have you can do whatever. You can paint, you can draw. It's really about socializing, sipping, and creating artistry. So I got some events in the works. So if y'all in the Bay Area, hopefully y'all slide through. I will keep y'all abreast about that. But let's get back into the video and let's look at some more of this MAGA maniac moron fatigue. And again, this person on the screen is a melanated tether. He's not FBA. He's some stooge from Africa, and we don't claim him.
Weeks or months ago, it's ridiculous, guys. You have to go and donate to Jake Lang today. His bail will be reduced, but let's get that money up so he can see the light of day. We want to make a statement to let people know that, yes, white lives do matter. You cannot lock up a white man and make it unaffordable for him to bail out and to seek counsel just because he's a white man and has an opinion. The difference in treatment is staggering. Keep in mind, this is what they're feeding him every single day. They're starving Jake Lang in solitary confinement. All he has is 5 to 10 ounces of peanut butter every day to eat. He literally called us on the phone saying that he was starving. While Carmelo Anthony raised $600,000 and was playing Xbox at his home.
Again, like y'all can see how moist this little maniac is right here. And he's over here showing a plate. They're only feeding Jake peanut butter. Okay, let's just say that this is true, right? What other prisoners are they doing this to? And then this type of person, he'll make the argument about Jake, the white dude who ramrodded him from behind, allegedly, right? He'll make this little sad story, and I wish somebody could cue the tiny violin, right? He'll make this sad story about Jake Lang, but what about all the black people and all of the prisoners who are being unfairly treated in there, who are being malnourished, who are being abused in there, who are being sexually assaulted in there? He doesn't care. All he cares about is white massa. They're giving him a plate of peanut butter. Well, that's not starving. I mean, there's a bunch of people, they love to bring up Africa. This dude is an African tether. You can clearly see that ain't no FBA hairline. He doesn't even look FBA, right? At all. And this is why I brought up earlier how an orange and a grapefruit, it looks similar, right? But they don't look the same. Same means identical. So because he has similar features to some black people, he's just like you. No, he's not. But Frank says, Trump don't even want African immigrants. Bro, Trump has banned so many African nations. He's calling their nations shithole countries. The country that this dude comes from, Trump called it a shithole. And guess what this dude did? He pulled down his pants and bent over for Daddy Trump. And he's saying, hey, I'm more black than you because I'm from the motherland. Yeah, that's your motherland. That ain't my motherland. That's where you're from. So don't do Toxic like that, bro. I actually love the Toxic Crusader. Remember there was like a junkyard dog or something like that? The Toxic Crusader was fire. I had one of those action figures. I might try to find a collectible Toxic Crusader action figure, bro. You kind of brought back some memories. They made a movie too. The cartoon was fire, bro. But they made a movie. The movie was but like that cartoon was crazy. Actually, they had a dope they even had like a dope thing song, the Toxic Crusaders. Man, I see now you kind of brought me back, bro. I might have to do a whole stream about that. The Toxic Crusaders. Hold on, let me try to pull this out real quick. Let me pull this up. You know, this is for the old heads out there, for the old triple G's. What y'all know about this? Hold on, let me bring that up. It might be a little blurry. The Toxic Crusaders. What you know about this, Mr. Frank Nitty? You don't know nothing about that. Come on, bruh. So y'all look that up, man. And I do got a stream. We got to do it sometime. Some sort of throwback stream. I would love to have Denise. She said she's 74. I want to know. I want to know what y'all was doing in 74 when y'all was playing in the streets. Because now, I mean, kids barely play in the street. Oh, you had the action figures? Oh, okay, that's what's up. Hey, Frank Nitty, you still got those figures? Hey, donate one to your boy, or let me know. I'll buy an action figure from you. But let's pull it back up. I can only play so much more because just look at this tether. This dude looks like it looks like a Toxic Crusader, but also like a cosplaying Randy Moss or something like that. Bushmeat Moss.
A white man has an opinion and he's starving in solitary confinement. Didn't harm anyone, just said some words. That's the difference in treatment and why we'll always say white lives matter, and I'll always hold that sign.
Now, you could tell that this guy is clearly on the spectrum, right? Clearly. I mean, and he's not fooling nobody. This guy is slow.
Forget him being slow. Forget him being on the spectrum. Bro is a tether. That's all that matters. But let's hear, like, you know, I'm gonna fast forward just because I got to get my own commentary. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down soon because I know my boy Big Rig is about to go live in like 30 minutes. But let's see what Jake Lang has to say. He's whining from prison like a little B-I-E-I-E-I-itch. Bro, don't drop the soap, you moist maniac. And let me go ahead and pause this.
Jake, I'm really happy to hear from you. How's it going in jail? Let's start there.
I mean, jail is jail. It's the worst torture that I've ever endured here. A piss-drenched cell, feces in the floor. I no underwear, no socks. I got one shirt, one pant per week. It's in no commissary. Today, all I've eaten is peanut butter. That's all.
Again, why should we care? Remember, this is a nation of laws. You do the crime, you do the time. Shut up and stop whining. Why is he having a victim mindset? Hairline looking like I-95. Well, out here looking like Highway 4. You know, bruh, you're not like us. And that's okay, right? You don't have to be the same, right? Salt doesn't have to be sugar, right? There's a time where you want something sweet and there's a time where you want something savory, right? You don't have to be foundational Black American, right? I'm not making the argument that, hey, because I come from a lineage of foundational Black American freedmen, that I'm automatically better than melanated people. That's not the argument that I'm making. I'm just saying that I come from a distinct ethnic group. People all know this stuff. They just pretend to act goofy only when it comes to our group. Are Chinese and Korean people saying that they're better than one another? Maybe, but ultimately, that's not the premise that you get from them. What they say is that they're proud of their Chinese, Korean, Japanese, or whatever respected Asian cultures. They will acknowledge other people of the Asiatic diaspora. However, they don't see themselves as one big flat Asian, because if that was the case, you would see Asia towns around America, but you don't see that. You see specific delineation. Why isn't it a China and Koreatown? No, it's a isolated Chinatown and an isolated Koreatown and an isolated Japantown. They're all Asian. Yeah, they're all Asian, and they delineate. They protect their intellectual sovereignty. Now, when it comes to us, we're foundational Black Americans, right? Our culture is not Jamaican culture. Our culture has nothing to do with Africa, but we're supposed to pretend as, hey, we're all African Americans, so that means that we'll dump a bunch of melanated immigrants into your neighborhood. And then you say, you know what? Fine. we're all black. And then those melanated immigrants say, nah, we're not like y'all. That's why we want to make little Haiti. This isn't Haiti. We want to make little Jamaica Queens. This isn't Jamaica. Spanish Harlem. This isn't Mexico or Spain. So all of these people that pretend like, hey, you know, we're with y'all, but then as soon as they get next to us, they want to delineate. You know what I mean? Why would you need a Spanish Harlem? Why it can't be Harlem where people speak Spanish, people speak English, people speak Mandarin? You're delineating and saying, hey, we want the culture of this area to be Spanish. Hey, little Haiti, we want the culture of this area to represent Haiti. I'm not Haitian. There's nothing about me that's Haitian, so I can't represent Haitian culture. And my culture shouldn't be wrapped up into Haitian culture. In order for me to understand the distinct nature of these specific cultures, I need to have them separate and apart so I can truly evaluate them. It's almost like when you're at the like Macy's or something, and they start, here, try on this cologne. After a certain amount, like all the cologne starts smelling the same, because you have to have something to draw a distinction between those different fragrances. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to tell the difference, right? Just trying to lump everything up. I didn't grow up eating jerk chicken, naan and curry, bush meat, jollof. I didn't grow up eating any of that. Not disparaging it. Sure, it's great from a rich culture that's not mine. We grew up eating different things. It's just to pretend that sushi originated in Cambodia, because Japanese people are Asian, Cambodians are Asian. So Cambodians should be able to take credit for sushi because they're all Asian. No one would make that argument. Why? Because sushi is a distinctive Japanese dish, just as well we have distinctive art forms, culture, dialect, etc. We're done letting it be captured under the banner of flat blackness.
Feeding me on a kosher diet, it's so draconian, it's so ruthless and so unhuman. I've never experienced anything like it, but you know, in my weakness, God's strength is made perfect, brother.
Yeah, I don't trust the FDA. I mean, we're Christian, but we still just eat kosher because we don't trust the chemicals they're putting in our food. And in prison, that's really rough.
Yeah, they try to pump you with chemicals and make you docile in here. So I mean, I always eat kosher when I'm in prison.
Docile, feminine, everything's pumped with estrogen. Yeah.
Yeah, soy, estrogen, garbage, goy slop.
That's right. That's right, man. So, brother.
Again, did y'all hear what he said? Goy slop. He's basically saying goy is basically how some Jews identify non-Jewish people. And he's saying goy slop, but bruh, this dude is a white Jewish person. And where's my boy Josh at? Hopefully you come up here. And this is a problem that I have with people on the woke, wacky right. Many people, they'll let Jake Lang run amok as long as he's being anti-black. But then they'll try to blame Jews for people. But meanwhile, this dude is a whole Jew going around saying that he's a white supremacist. So it's like, it should be mainly white people attacking him. He's cosplaying as white people. And y'all try to say, hey, no, Jews are not white. Okay, fine. Here you have this Jewish person claiming to be white, claiming to be America first, claiming to be MAGA. And where are the MAGA morons? Silent, right? But don't worry. Let me see. I might just have to pull this up for you, right? Hold on. Oops. I put, let me pull this up. Give me one moment. Because this is what the high IQ people have to say. So Jake Lang, born Edward Jacob Lang in Hudson Valley, New York. Are you still in here, Roger? Where the heck is Hudson Valley at? So he has been publicly identified as Jewish. Y'all see it on here. Jake Lang is of Jewish heritage with familial and cultural ties to, you guessed it, the only democracy in the Middle East. Again, all these people, it's the G. Yeah. What race? Because there's no race called Jewish. So what race? So here he goes again. In summary, Jake Lang's ethnicity is Jewish. And again, there's no race called Jewish. So we know what race he is. But we have to pretend like, no, he's Jewish. Yeah, he's a white Jew. Why are we pretending like we don't know that? I thought Jews and the KKK had beef. I knew that was BS. They the same people. They just tell us that. No, they don't have beef. The only beef is who gets to control and subjugate us more, right? It's basically like they commit, like, so hypothetically in this analogy, the KKK and the J people commit a bank robbery. And then the J people flip the money better. And then the KKK start getting mad and say, hey, y'all ain't like us. Look, y'all control all this other stuff. It's like they control all of that stuff because they outsmarted you. They outsmarted you because you saw them as the in crowd. You saw them as other whites. You let them get close to you. And then they just outsmarted you. That's all it was. So all these other heritage Americans and Anglos, they're only mad because they got outsmarted by the Jews. That's why when you look at the Confederates, there are a bunch of white Jews. They were calling the white Jews the brains of the Confederacy. When you look at the blackface, people like a Lithuanian Jew, Al Jolson, he was one of the most prominent people who wore blackface. It was a bunch of white Jews and blackface. So there would be some white Jews paying lip service saying, hey, look, we support MLK, right? And then the other Jews will be pushing blackface, right? But because there were some Jews that helped prop up the NAACP and MLK and other Boule people, it's like, hey, Jews are not anti-black because, hey, look at these figures over here. You know, we helped Bayard Rustin and MLK and all this other type of stuff. But then they also helped form Hollywood, which was formed on anti-black imagery. Mammies, Birth of a Nation, blackface. Like, people just act like that didn't exist. So they'll love to tell you about all this mythical solidarity that we have, but they don't tell you about the vehement anti-blackness in the Jewish community. Then they start framing it as, well, everybody's racist and everybody's bigoted and all this other type of stuff. They frame like racial slurs and people saying mean words to them the same as them redlining. The Levitt towns, those Levitt brothers were, guess what? Jewish. And they said that these are all white towns. So if the Jews were so bad, why did the white Anglos let the so-called non-white Jews create a all-white town? And they said, okay, cool, we're going to let these white Jewish brothers create these all-white enclaves. And the only oversight is we're going to have is no niggas allowed. So the Anglos were on board. They were complicit. And that's why you hear a lot of these MAGA morons to try to say, oh, they talk about Jewish supremacy and all this other type of stuff. But what Jewish? There's Asian Jews. What Jewish supremacist Asians do you know? What Jewish supremacist blacks do you know? You don't know any, because it's not about Jewish supremacy. It's about white supremacy. And that falls under Jewishness too, because they all work together. Two cheeks on the same booty. A Jew runs white in prison. Yeah. I mean, but that's what racy is. Feminine, like this zesty tether. Isn't that goy term a dog whistle also? Yes, it is a dog whistle. But this is what he's doing. He's a white supremacist Jewish LARPer. So he's over here pretending as if he's this hardcore, down to earth MAGA. But all he is, is just another cosplaying Jew. But a lot of the whites, a lot of the dominant society, they allow him to cosplay because he's so vehement with his anti-blackness. But they should be, where's the white delineation movement? They're letting anybody come over and try to claim their victories. They talk about how this is the greatest nation ever built and white people built this nation. That's not true, but let's just say that it is. Why are you letting someone come over from Slovenia or Bulgaria pretend, hey, I'm a white person from Bulgaria and we built this? Bro, you fled the slums in Bulgaria. Some dude who fled potato famine in Ireland and we built this. No, you didn't. You came and contributed after you added on to what was already built. Nobody has said, hey, look, I'm struggling here. Let me flee to this desolate land where there's no opportunity. Nobody would do that. If somebody was poor and looking for a job, here, let me go to this town where I know that they don't have any good jobs. Nobody would do that. You would come to where the opportunities were already plentiful. And who created those plentiful opportunities? They want to try to say, well, it was the wise. No, actually, it wasn't. You know what I mean? This is why they always talk about how the citizenship or the immigration was limited to free white men of good standing. So many of these people, they talk about, hey, y'all descend from slaves. Well, guess what? Slaves were considered more valuable than disgusting peasants. Right now, if you had a slave that could work for you for free, that was more physically dominant, more genetically sound, would you have a free slave do it or some poor piss and sulfur smelling peasant? I mean, I'm just saying, we all know what the answer is. White people, they just try to throw us off and get some free money from that Jew title. Yeah, that's what they did. Under Trump, he's already given millions and millions to them because someone said free Palestine and they said we were victims. Someone said globalize the intifada and they said that was Jewish hate. So the Columbia University gave them tens of millions. Trump signed to give them millions of dollars to over 568 Jewish organizations. So remember, they say you niggas need to stop begging, right? So if you've been lynched, if your family was lynched, shut up. You know, medical apartheid, shut up. Debt peonage, sharecropping, all of this anti-black mass incarceration, shut up. But someone said globalize the intifada. Oh yeah, Jewish people are under attack and we have to give them millions and millions. And no one is saying, stop begging the government. Nobody is saying that. Instead, they're saying, oh, well, it makes sense. Okay. And shout out to Lex. Hey, I'm here to learn, but I'm here to teach. Blacks are terrorizing cities like Chicago, Compton, New York, and Atlanta, but think it's okay to do so. So again, somebody named like Poppy Kulo, clearly you're a buck broken, brain dead individual. And I'm about to get up out of here. I only got like 10 more minutes, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this link one more again. So you got 2 minutes to come up here, Poppy Kulo, and stand on what you're talking about. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get you up out of here because you are just a pathetic incel. Again, what did I tell you? No profile pic. All of these low IQ losers are always scared to show them their face. They're scared to show their face. They're scared to hit the link. They always troll in the chat, which I don't mind trolling. Come troll on the big stage. Welcome to the Summer Jam screen. And like Lex says, come to the front. But he doesn't want to come to the front because his name is Poppy Kulo. So that means he gets railed from behind from his white zaddy. And if that's your thing, fine. I'm not judging. It's a judgment-free zone. But you can't come over here with your buck broken, brain dead babble and not be willing to stand on it. And this is what I'm saying. This shows these people when they talk about how low IQ we are, they already know that intellectually they're not formidable enough to challenge me. Now, it looks like I've already been rocking here for about a few hours. So I'm going to play a quick visual. And then if Poppy Kulo or nobody else has hit the link, then I'm going to get ready to shut her down. But I appreciate all of y'all have been here rocking out. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. So also, if you haven't taken the time to like the stream yet, don't worry. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. And here's a friendly reminder. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. God dog it, Roger. As soon as I'm about to get out of it, what the hell, Roger? I'm about to get up out of here and then you finally come up.
Hey, sorry about that. I'll say real quick. For some reason, I don't know. You sound low on my phone. I just want to say something real quick. So,
oh damn! Y'all let me know. Do I sound low in the chat? Y'all let me know.
I know you sound low to me. I put my volume all the way up. I mean, I still hear you. I just don't hear you that. You just sound low. But I'll just say this real quick. White people have always delineated. Oh, you can't hear me, right?
Cloudness. Yeah, I can hear you. Cloudness says it sound clear.
Say it again.
I mean, the people in the chat said I sound loud and clear, so maybe it was your phone. But go ahead, you can rock out.
Yeah, I'm just say this real quick. White people. Well, I can say this from being from New York, Immigrant Central. White people have always. Red light camera reported ahead. White people have always delineated, at least from where I'm from. They rarely say white. They'll quick to tell you that they're Italian, Jewish, Irish, Scottish, Polish.
Hey, don't they all have their own first before you go on your soliloquy, tell me where Hudson Valley is, because that's where the bigoted Jake Lang is. And don't they all have they segregated enclaves? I know in Boston they have a huge Irish enclave where it's just only Irish that live over there, or you kind of get ostracized if you're not Irish. Same thing, look at those Hasidic Jewish neighborhoods. You know what I mean? So like you said, they've always delineated. We're late to the delineation party, and they have specific ethnic enclaves based on their delineation. Is this accurate, Roger, based on what you've seen living in New York?
Yes. Yonkers, I know, is Irish. That's like right above the Bronx. Yeah, they're always, I mean, like I said, from where I'm from, they rarely say that they're white, but they'll always say they're like their ethnic origin.
Yeah, the only time they really say they're white is when they want to try to take a claim for some sort of historic accomplishment, right? When they say whites built America, then suddenly Irish will take claim for that. Greek people, like I said, there'll be people from Slovenia, Bosnia. I'm like, what the hell, dude? You're from Bulgaria. But they'll try to say, hey, well, I'm white. So then it's like, okay, take credit for something in Bulgaria. Don't try to come over here. There's people that came well after Ellis Island, right? Mm-hmm. People try to call us, they'll try to call us immigrants and say they were from Africa. And then you start asking them like, well, when did you get here? My family got here in the 40s. Like, are you kidding me, bro? Your family got here in the 40s and you're trying to call us immigrants?
Well, I know this with the Italians, even though we know that Columbus didn't discover America, he didn't even land over here. They're quick to be like, yes, they're quick to claim Columbus. Or the Irish are quick to claim. A lot of
celebrations about him too. And if you disrespect Columbus, like they take it as a disrespect towards their entire lineage, even though it's like, bro, I'm just talking about Columbus. I'm not talking about your entire country. But if you disrespect Columbus and just tell the truth and say that he's a liar, right? And he was a genocidal enslaver. He was a horrible dude, but they uplift him. And if you say that, they take offense. Have you experienced that?
Me personally, no, I never. I don't think I ever got into a conversation about with some Italian saying he didn't discover America or whatever. I don't know. I just never. I just kind of ignored it. Like, yeah, whatever. You're living in a fantasy land, and just pretty much kept it moving. But I was.
Okay, you just live and let live, huh?
What was that?
No, I said you just live and let live, right?
Yeah. I got more important things to do than dealing with these people like that or whatever the case is. But yeah, I was pretty much just saying that they're quick to delineate, over here. And they quick to be like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not Irish. I'm Italian. You talk about I'm not Italian, I'm Irish.
And this is another thing too. They rarely talk about how they got hazed into whiteness and that they weren't considered white. They will talk about, oh, well, we were mistreated and we were enslaved. You know what I mean? And like, no, you weren't. And if there was and of people you know what I mean? If you were enslaved, there was other people of your ethnic and racial background enslaving you. There was no blacks or anyone else enslaving you. And then they start conflating. Remember, these are the high IQ people. They start conflating slavery with indentured servitude. And indentured servitude, you already know that it's not the same. Indentured servitude,
we know that. They know that. They just want to play dumb. That's all.
No, that is true. However, since you're in Immigrant Central, there are a lot of immigrants that do kind of co-sign that narrative, because many melanated immigrants, since it's clear that they're immigrants, they try to push and bestow that immigrant title on us. And there's no definition that you can find that a foundational Black American freedman is an immigrant. Now, to be clear, we all didn't come from Africa. We just didn't. But let's just say that we did all come from Africa. To be clear, we didn't. But hypothetically, even if we all came from Africa, forcibly kidnapping, human trafficking, or engaging in some sort of, forcible relocation, by no definition is that immigration. So there's no definition that you can call freedmen immigrants. But that's what a lot of melanated, tethers and, people not of the lineage, that's what they try to keep equating us with that, which is why they're kind of fixated on the African American term, you know what I mean? Because it puts us into a distant land. Meanwhile, if you say Native American, technically we literally are native by the definition, but they've dressed up this caricature of what a Native American visually is. So when you say Native American, you think that it's some red dude named Geronimo that looks like some stereotypical trope. But that's not even what Native means. You know what I mean? So there's this desperate attempt to try to make us comparable to immigrants. Go ahead.
Let me ask you. I mean, I know you from the West Coast. You're not from the South, but I usually do white people in the South delineate like they do up here in New York and New Jersey and all that stuff? Or do they just say I'm white? I don't know if anyone
can't speak from. If anyone is from the South, could y'all speak to that? I wish I had the Florida family here so they can speak. So my family is from the South, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I went there, but that was when I was a kid, so I couldn't really understand the climate. So I do need to go back. But I will say in the Bay Area, which this is a immigrant enclave as well. It's just mainly Hispanic and Asian, but they all delineate out here. So when they use the Hispanic term is just an umbrella term. Right. There's no race called Hispanic. There's no race called Latino. So they just use that as a buffer term, but they all delineate, right? That's why they say La Raza. When they say La Raza, they're talking about La Raza is like me saying FBA 1. I'm saying I'm foundational Black American first. So when they say La Raza, they're talking about the Mexican family based on the Mexicans that I know. Now, there are some all-inclusive Mexicans where they say cool, but they usually delineate. There's contention between Mexicans and El Salvadorans. There's some Mexicans that say, hey, El Salvadorans are dirty, just simply for them being El Salvadorian. There's, like Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, they don't hella get along like that. Now, there's not like a lot of Cubans and, some of maybe the other Latino nationalities here, but they all, they will unite based on a shared language, which is a colonizer language of Spanish, but they all delineate. They make sure to know it's soccer right now. It's the soccer right now.
Yeah.
They're making it very clear what they are.
Yeah, but okay, so I understand that part. Sorry.
But you're talking about the white people,
right?
Yeah. They're more on the same stuff that you are on the East Coast, right? Like I'm Russian, so it's a lot of Russians out here.
Okay,
they understand that they're white, but they don't call themselves white. They say that I'm Russia. I'm from Moscow. You know what I mean? I'm Irish, you know what I mean? They know that themselves are white, so if there's any white identity politics, they're gonna align with that. Like
of course.
Yeah. But when you ask them how they identify as their ethnicity and nationality. None of them say that they're racially white. I'm Italian. I'm Irish. I'm Russian. Like those are kind of the main ones you hear out here.
Right, I might be making a generalization, but I'm going to assume, I can't speak for the white people in the Midwest either, but I'm going to assume that white people down south really are the only white folks that don't delineate. I never really heard them be like, hey, I'm Irish. You know what I mean?
Well, the reason why they don't delineate is because they haven't been usually the quintessential hotbed for most of that immigration.
Right, California that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and that's why technically even some people say that the black and white relationships, as toxic as it may be, they say that it's even better down south, right? Because people think that, oh, you're in New York. New York is blue. You're in California. California is blue, right? So they think that the relationships but hold on, now I gotta I'm gonna be here a little bit longer, right? So shout out to Black as Bowling. Where is the slave ships? We not from Africa. We've been here to farm a land we already knew about. Make it make sense. Well, you can't make it make sense because it doesn't. So this is the thing about the slave ships. They try to say, oh, well, the slave ships, they use the wood to make some infrastructure. It was just all some BS. But it's like, nah, bruh. Where are the slave ships at all? Because we're not from there. And there's a difference. You can have some sort of African ancestry and genetics and not be African. You see it all the time. Look at someone like Rui Hachimura, right? Rui Hachimura is a full Japanese, but he's a black Japanese person. But they don't even call him Asian. They call him African American. Like, hold on, let me pull this stuff up. So it's like the dude's literally not African. And he's definitely not foundational Black American. He's Japanese, but rather than call him Japanese, they just call him straight black. You know what I mean? So let me go ahead and pull this up because I was trying to get up out of here, but it looks like we're going to be here. And then this person says, you aren't Native American. Your ancestors were not here before the true native people. Your ancestors came after the European, and Spain is part of Europe. You're a white in general term like black. So again, the link is out there. So won't you come up here? Because we got this person essay, like the only essay that I know people use is sexual assault. So I don't know if you're some type of sick deviant or pedo, but the link is out there. You can come out there. You can't tell me what is a Native American? No one even knows what the hell a Native American is. Think about this. Native Americans were allegedly indigenous to this land. What was this land called? It was called Turtle Island. Turtle Island by who? Who called it Turtle Island? No one could tell you that, right? They just said, oh, no, it's not America. It's Turtle Island. Why don't these people say they were indigenous to Turtle Island? Why don't these people say they're native Turtle Islanders, right? And there were a bunch of different tribes. Did all the tribes concede and agree that this was called Turtle Island? No. So the whole thing is, when people talk about a Native American, they were rejecting being American. That's the whole point of having a reservation. Yeah, it was, oh, well, they put us on reservations. Well, those reservations were considered sovereign nations. So now they're on a reservation that's supposed to be considered in a completely different nation. But hey, I'm American, huh? Make it make sense, bro. Why won't you stand on your business, bro? Even right now, there's 568 federally recognized tribes. These are just the tribes that are federally recognized, which means there's much more tribes that are not federally recognized. You mean to tell me that all 500 tribes was calling this place Turtle Island? What the hell are we talking about here? And then you're talking about my ancestors came after this, bruh. Your ancestors came from Asia. And actually, bro, no one even knows what you are because you won't hit the link. You don't have a profile picture. If I pull up Native Americans right now, many of these people look like Macaulay Culkin. But I'm supposed to believe that these are the so-called natives. And this is the whole idiocy of the term. Literally, based on the definition, we are Native Americans. You can make the claim that we're not indigenous, but that's refutable. But by very definition, look up what the term native means, right? There's nothing African about us. Like, I don't know anyone in Africa. I have no ancestors that I can trace to Africa, but I have to claim that.
I know. I don't think it's I don't know. I know that you weren't saying this or whatever, but I don't think it's the either or. I think it's an and, meaning there were those of us who were Aboriginal, and there were those of us who were brought here from Africa. I mean, as far as where the slave
we've always made that clear, which is why that's the essence of being a foundational Black American. You're an amalgamated group. That's what an ethnogenesis is. You became a new racial and an ethnic group. That means we're an amalgamation of formerly enslaved people, of freedmen, of indigenous people, and of European ancestry. It's a mixture. It's basically, if I'm putting it in dessert terms, is chocolate ice cream versus Neapolitan ice cream. Now, Neapolitan ice cream has chocolate and vanilla and strawberry. So the vanilla would be the European, the strawberry would be the indigenous, the chocolate would be the Negroid ancestry. Once you create that amalgamation, it becomes Neapolitan ice cream. No one calls Neapolitan ice cream chocolate ice cream, but it has chocolate in it. But that's not all it's composed of. No one looks at some chocolate ice cream and say, that's the same as Neapolitan. No, it's not. It's not the same. That mixture is what makes it different. And people already understand this. It's just they pretend they don't understand it when it comes to us. Now, when you look at on the screen, right? This person, his name is Rui, Japanese name, Hachimura. Rui Hachimura. Sounds Japanese. He speaks fluent Japanese. He was born in Japan. Guess what they call him?
What?
African American. The dude is literally Asian, but he's not considered an Asian American. When there's a box to check, they say, hey, if you're Asian, are you Chinese, are you Korean, blah, 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 right? He can literally check the Japanese box, but they don't see him as Japanese. They see him as Black. And since he's Black, he's African American. No, he's not. He's from fucking Japan. They're not calling him Asian. And this is what I'm saying. This is what the flat blackness is. This is the one drop rule. He's literally from a complete different continent. But I have to pretend as if he has the same lineage as me. Y'all all came from Africa, so I have the same lineage as him. It doesn't even make any sense.
As a quick thing, change the subject, but what I'm about to say, it's about economic empowerment for our community. So you hear me talk about public banks all the time. I gotta get a little thing in there, for a little plug, right? So I know but let me, if I may be allowed to tell everybody else what it is. A public bank is an infrastructure bank. to make it short, one of the things that they do is they partner with local community banks to help expand their lendership. So the whole thing that we went through with redlining and the only banks that are usually friendly to us are like our local community Black-owned bank, right? But they have limited capital. A public bank can help a local freedman-owned bank to expand capital so that it can lend to to our community for if you want to have a small business loan, mortgage, an auto loan, and a student loan. I just want to get that little plug in. So I'm just saying, support public banks.
Okay, that's what's up. Roger coming in with the shameless plug, but hey, at least it was for a good cause. And yeah, I mean, it looks like the people are still kind of rolling in. I was trying to shut it down, but some people are coming in. I may be here for like another 10-15 minutes if anybody else wants to hit the link. Did you have anything else on your mind while you up here?
Nah, that was it. I'm a dip out and listen for the rest. I got to pick somebody up.
Okay, that's what's up. What kind of X-Men shirt is that?
Oh, you saw it. I think it's X-Men 97.
Oh, X-Men 97. Have you been watching the show or what?
Hell yeah, bro! Don't get me started. You gotta go.
Okay, that's all.
You trying to end your show, bro? Don't.
No, I was just finna, revoke.
Don't.
I was gonna say, do I have to revoke the card again? That's all I was asking.
Don't. You need to go. You said you gotta go. Don't get me started.
I mean, I don't have to go. I was planning to go. I don't got to do nothing but stay black and die. That's all I got to do.
I don't want to take another call.
Okay, so then Roger, if you want me to take another call, then I gotta hit you then, bro. Roger,
do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
I'm out.
Do me a favor, please. Oh, hold on. You got to stay up real quick. I was trying to tell him to stay up for the Brownsville bully. What's up?
I was going to tell you.
Take us home, brother.
Okay, so my great grandmother and great grandfather, they was native black Indians or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And my grandfather.
Hold on, bro. Bro in the chat gonna call you a pretendian. He said,
"Man, he can eat a dick." No, he can eat a dick because my great grandmother, they were drove Cherokee Indian. But when my grandfather was born, he was labeled as a Negro. And my grandfather, he died when he was 92 in 07. So yeah. They're full of shit.
Bro was built different. He lasted to 92, and this is the whole thing. I'm glad you came up, Cloudness, because now when all of this tethering is going on, everybody is literally trying to force and make us generic African, bro. I'm just keeping it real, bro. I can't speak for you, bro. I literally never, ever called myself African American. My mom never called that. We was always just black.
My grandmother and my grandfather, they was like, I'm not no African American. We ain't never been to Africa. And they used to call themselves black natives. That's what they used to call themselves. Black natives. You know what I mean? Or Negroes. That's it.
I'd rather be called a Negro.
If you call my grandfather African American, he would lose his damn mind. Yeah, for real.
And see, this is the thing, because they put it on documents, then they like, oh, well, y'all is this. No, that's what they called us. We never called ourselves that.
My grandfather would always put other. He would never put that African American. He would never accept that. Never.
And this is why I call out the other groups, because like whether it's people from Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, they love to talk about free Palestine. Guess what box the most of them check? They check white. So there is a other box. They have the choice. So you can't tell me you check the white box, but then you don't want me to call you white. Like, nah, we're not doing that anymore. And this is the thing, bro. I never was so peep this, bro. Clownless, you from the New York, bro, but you know family in Texas, you know family in, I'm just saying random places, but you know your family in Mississippi, you know your family in Arkansas.
My family from North Carolina and Georgia. And
do you know
Florida.
any of your family? Do you know any family in Nigeria or Ghana or Senegal?
No, dude, never.
Come
never
on, bro. We would at least know a cousin or something. I know my cousins or aunties from Texas. I know my auntie from Alabama. I don't know anyone. But peep this: not only you, my mama don't know anybody from Africa. Your grandma didn't know anybody from Africa, and her mama didn't know anybody. So how the hell are we from there, bro?
Listen,
It just don't even make sense.
My great grandmother on my mom's side, she died when she was 102 in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And that's on my mom's side. That's where my mom was from, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, which is like 30 minutes from Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, and then my dad's dad, he was from Salisbury, North Carolina. And
they had a lot of natives in Virginia, but like Walter Plecker and other those bigots. Anybody remember that paper bag test if you were classified as Negro, or even if you
that's what I'm saying.
My grandfather, they got reclassified.
If you see my grandfather, if I show you a picture of my grandfather, I think I showed it to Savvy and them. I think I showed Roger, but my grandfather, he was darker, but he looked like an Indian or Native American or what they call, but he was just dark. And they labeled him as a Negro, and he was born from two Indian parents, and they labeled him as a Negro because he was darker than them. They labeled him as a Negro.
Even that Loving v. Virginia, who was a native black person, and she was with a white dude, right? And that's what the whole thing was. She was actually classified as a native Indian, but then the reason why they were trying to say restrict the marriage is because they were calling her a Negro. So that was the whole thing. They would look at a bunch of natives and say, "Oh, you too dark. Well, you just like those niggas over there." But that's the thing. We had the same skin pigment. So, and this is why you get caught up. Even right now, right? There's some foundational black Americans.
My grandfather, his eyes used to change colors. Like he would have hazel, his eyes turned green. He had gray eyes, blue eyes. My grandfather was different. That was my dad's dad. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, dog. You see my grandfather, he was square business too. He stayed with that. He stayed with that hawk. He stayed with a hawk on him. That's how he walked around New York. And he had his thing in his vest too. He stayed with a knife, and he stayed with a gap. My grandfather was not a joke, dog. That nigga was not a joke.
And shout out to Melanated for still rocking out. Let me give her this thing. So the brown paper bag test was a 20th century discriminatory practice rooted in colorism, prejudice, or discrimination based on skin tone with the same racial or ethnic group. It involves comparing a person's skin to the complexion of a standard brown paper bag. So basically, if your skin was lighter than the bag, you were allowed in certain spaces. If it was darker than the bag, you were excluded. This is why when they had people that were considered Creole or mulatto, they would use them and they would try to weaponize them against the darker people. They would treat the mulattoes as less than the whites, but they would say, "Hey, you're above the black."
Like on Harlem Nights, how they had Dominic LaRue, which was what's her name? Jasmine Guy. She was hanging out with the Italians. Remember that on Harlem Nights?
Yes, sir. And that's why I said, Melanated, if you haven't seen that movie, Harlem Nights, you will watch that, and then this reference will hit home. And then basically, just in New Orleans specifically, there was a 3-tiered social structure, a hierarchy based on color. So there's Creoles of color, free people of color, and enslaved people. So all of these people right now will be considered the same lineage, right? Like people will fight and say, "Man, Creoles ain't black," and then some will say they are. But back at the time, there were many Creoles that were trying to say that they weren't black. They were okay with being this buffer group, this melanated buffer group who weren't treated as well as the whites, but they also weren't treated as bad as the darker blacks. So they separated people. Many of us subscribed to the one drop rule and said, hell no, they all gonna treat us the same. We all black. But some of these other melanated people would distance themselves from blackness, right? Mulattoes didn't really consider themselves black, which is why there's the term mulatto. They were saying that, hey, I'm mixed, I'm biracial, etc. You said, but what name did you say about the paper bag test? Honestly, I'm not sure exactly what I said, to be honest. But you said, what did I say about what? But what name did you say about the paper bag test? Oh, I was talking about Walter Plecker. That's probably the name that you're thinking about. Now, Walter Plecker wasn't the person, and I can bring that up too. Hold on, since we're over here. And like I said, these aren't my facts. Y'all can watch me type this up in real time. Walter Plecker reclassification of Indians to Negro. And we're in the information age. Why don't these other people do this stuff in real time, right? You don't have to know it, but it's fine that you don't know it. We can learn it together. Walter Plecker reclassification of Indian tribes to Negro. Bam. So we can look this up. Oh, and she said, by the way, Harlem Nights was one of her favorite movies. That's a classic, right? It aged well. Now, under Plecker's reign, Virginia reclassified hundreds of Virginia Indians going back to the 1850s from Indian to Negro. How would they be able to classify Indians as Negro? It's just like how were many Jews able to what they call cosplay as white. They're able to do that because they actually are white. And even the ones that they allege are not white, they're white adjacent, white passing, and they're white enough. So if they have this mythical caricature of what Indians look like, but how were Indians able to be classified as Indian and then go to Negro? It's because the Indians were actually who we call Negroes today. When they talk about copper colored, I'm copper colored. Literally, most foundational Black Americans is copper colored. Then when you think about all the colors of the spectrum, because they love to say, why y'all call yourself black? Black is just a color. Nobody is saying that we're actually black. My skin tone is richly melanated. It's brown. It's copper colored. It's not actually black. So when we say we're black, no one is saying that our skin tone is black. Just like when they called Asians yellow. I've never seen an Asian yellow. Guess what people I have seen that are yellow? Black people, foundational Black American. I've never seen a red Native. I've heard about red Indians and red natives. I've seen some pictures in a distant time. Guess what red people I see today? Black people. So I see red Black people today, yellow Black people today, brown Black people today, even Black people who we call them blue Black. We see that today. But we're supposed to be convinced, no, the copper colored was this group. How do you know? You mean to tell me there were some copper colored so-called Native Americans, but then also some copper colored free people? How could you tell who was who? You couldn't, which is why they start having a paper bag test, which is why they reclassified all these people, because those people who are indigenous has claims to the land. And we only want the claims to the land to go to the lighter, brighter, and whiter people. This has been historically well documented, right? Now, Plecker bluffed, lied. He lied and bullied local officials. He told the local officials, y'all better not classify any of these Indians as anything other than Negro. He threatened educators. He threatened married couples as well, which is why the Loving Virginia. The Loving v. Virginia wasn't about Black people. It was about an indigenous Black woman who was in love with a white dude. And they start calling her Negro and all this other stuff. But the whole time she was classified as a Native American. So again, when you type in Native American, no one knows who you're talking about. They want to, you think, oh, it's some dude and his name is Rolling Thunderfoot. And he has long hair and he looks like this. It's like, that's a caricature. That's not an exact representation of what a Native American is. You don't truly know what a Native American is. Again, they weren't even calling themselves American. So we're supposed to pretend like they were all on some united front and they all look the same. And think about this with Africa. They try to say Africa was heterogeneous. There were black people over there. There were white people in Africa. There were Middle Eastern people. There were Arabs, right? Even though these are not racial groups, they're trying to say that there was just a multitude of different people in Africa, Arabs, whites, blacks, and all this stuff. But then we're supposed to pretend in America that it was one group. All the girls look like Pocahontas, right? All of the men look like Geronimo. And that was the only group here. That was the only phenotype here until white people came. Then it was white people and this one phenotype. And then they brought over some black people. This is the story you're supposed to believe. Nobody believes that, bro. I mean, nobody with actual sense should believe that. Let me reframe that, because people have been indoctrinated and socially engineered to believe that. But it's just not true.
My bad, sir. Hey, no, I was gonna say, you know that I don't know if you know this. They had this commercial back in the days of the Indian dude, and he used to cry right when they show him which it was a commercial like was for like glitter or something like that, and it said don't say something to, and he cried or whatever. He had a tear coming down his eye because he seen all the trash around America or whatever. He looked all similar to my grandfather. He was just lighter than my grandfather. My grandfather had same facial features as this dude, man. They damn near look alike, except for my grandfather was darker. So, I don't, man, these people you know how they like to rewrite history. That's why they're trying to burn all the books, man. You know that. That's why
they burn all the books. And now they're just trying to program this stuff. And like I said, bro.
Yeah. But we're in the information now. So, like, that's like how you just pulled that up. So like they can burn it, but they can't. The internet is undefeated, so you can't hide this information if you really want.
No, and shout out to the sister. We got is it hold on, is it Janae? I don't want to say your name wrong, so I'm gonna just call you JT. Shout out to JT. I don't want to butcher your name. But the sister says, I remember, and see, this is the thing. You've been indoctrinated. And not only that, Walter Plecker enforcement of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. That's fairly recent, right? So what were we been called prior to 1924? And then this is which is why I vehemently reject that term people of color, because we were the only ones called people of color. All the other groups, they were calling us free people of color, mulattoes of color, Creoles of color. They weren't calling Asian people that. They weren't calling Hispanic Latinos. There wasn't even a concept of a Hispanic or Latino, because all of the Mexicans and all of the quote unquote Latinos were all racially classified as white, just like they are now. So now we're in the age of information, and we've been far too silent for far too long. And many of our ancestors, many of our elders, many of our parents, they just let the lies just persist because, hey, I was able to buy a house, or I got a pension, or let's be honest, many of them got into some interracial relationships, and then they kind of threw the community under the bus because they was able to swim in some snow bunny cooch, or bounce on a pink popsicle, you know what I mean? But Tetney says, wasn't that dude from the ads Italian though? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just like how they say the last samurai here, the last samurai, and let's go get Tom Cruise, you know what I mean? So yeah, this stuff is all historically documented. Why would they need to reclassify people from Indian to Negro? And then mind you, bro, if you were born prior to 1988, you weren't born an African American. When Malcolm X was assassinated, he wasn't assassinated as an African American. Fred Hampton wasn't assassinated.
No, I don't. Yeah, because I was born in 76. I was born in 76, and my birth certificate does not say African American.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I got my original. I have my original birth certificate. You know what I'm saying? So no, it didn't say African American on it.
And neither did your mom. So then again, where did this whole African? It's like a relatively new term that they just start throwing on people. And then usually many of us were too young to like really do anything and stand up for it. And then by the time, you got in your 20s, 30s, it was just a full blown African American thing. Most people knew they wasn't from Africa or had no ancestry. So all people would do was like cultural and symbolic gestures, right? People will wear the African medallions. People will wear dashikis. I never wore a dashiki, but I did see some people wearing it. It wasn't super widespread, but in New York too, like especially the brothers, the FBAs, like, people was on the beef and Brox and, triple fat gooses and stuff. Maybe some in the conscious community was wearing dashikis.
Back in those days, they had the little. I never had one of those African things because I never did. You know what I mean? I just had a gold chain.
I never did. I think Roger did. I think Roger had an African piece.
Nah, I had one of those Flavor Flav clocks, but that was it. I never had one of those African things.
Bro, was stunned and profiling.
Yeah, back in the days, yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. Like, so then again, they're trying to say that, okay, but the culture that you adopted now comes from Africa because you're African to the core. But when I look in Africa, like nobody is dressing like how we dress, and if they do, they wearing some old stuff. They wearing FUBU and jabot and stuff that we retired. And hey, salute to y'all. And this isn't any disparagement. All I'm trying to say is clearly people recognize the differences of every other group. Think about this, bro. Pacific Islanders, guess what they're considered? Asian, but they said, hell no, we don't want to be lumped under a generic banner of being Asian. We're Pacific Islanders, right? What the hell does that even mean? You don't know what it means, but that's why they say AAPI. So it's lumped together with Asian, but they're saying, yeah, but we not like them. That's why they call it Asian American Pacific Islander, saying we're together, but not like that. Okay, fine. We can be together like that. We can be together with Jamaicans and Nigerians and all this stuff. We love y'all, but that doesn't mean that we're the same. I'm not pretending as if a goosey soup, bushmeat, jollof, any of that is my culture. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm sure people love it, and it's a rich culture. It's just not mine to claim. A Filipino shouldn't be trying to claim sushi because they're Asian, just as well as I'm not going to claim jerk chicken just because I have melanin as well. And then we don't want people coming in and say, hey, you have melanin, I have melanin. I'm from Senegal, but I helped create hip hop because we both have melanin. No, you didn't. You're a Senegalese immigrant. Salute to you. We'll welcome you. We'll invite you to the cookout. An invitation to the cookout doesn't mean that you created anything. And I'm sure you created some things. You didn't create the cookout culture. You didn't create hip hop. You didn't create this fashion. You didn't create this slang. Even the whole AAVE. No, I say BAVE, Black American Vernacular Ebonics. There's nothing African about it at all. Even saying the term nigga, that's an American term. Yeah, people will say it globally. They'll say it globally based on the American influence. So because our culture is so universal and global, people will take our culture and then try to pretend as if it's just some generic urban culture or something like that. No, it's not. Oh, damn. Last call. Bro was over there stunned. What color did you have? Did you had a red one? Last call sounds like you had a red clock. You said yes, Afrocentrism, we called it. Yeah, I know Roger was out there with a dashiki. You said Carmelo was uninvited under the tent. It was raining. This testified in court. Okay, Venus, because I dropped the link and I know you're too afraid to come up, I'm gonna go ahead and put you in a timeout. Now, you can come up here and you can stand on business, but
these crackers be getting on my damn nerves, dog.
That's why I had to time them out.
Dog, listen, I'm sick of these people, dog. Like these motherfuckers, man. They don't got shit else to do with their lives, man. God. Well,
and mind you, they saying that they got black fatigue.
Yeah, listen, these people, dog, if we left and disappeared, these people wouldn't know what to do with themselves, dog. They really wouldn't. If we disappeared and left, these people would not know how to act, dog. They wouldn't. They really wouldn't. They couldn't survive. They really couldn't survive if we weren't around, dog. That's at all. They talking about go back to Africa. You really don't want us to go to Africa.
What are you talking about? Go back. It's like go back to Utah, and I've never been to Utah. This whole go back, see, these people actually you can go back to Europe.
IQ. They got listen. I don't even like spit fighting with these kind of people, dog. Like I don't even get into those kind of because, dog, come on, man. Don't make me punch you in the face, okay? Please don't make me. Okay, I'm a chip out on you. Okay?
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't have no issue chipping.
Straight up, I'm gonna go ahead and do what you want me to do. I'm gonna go ahead and slap shit out you. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, you say the stupid shit in my presence, and you're gonna get it backhanded. Simple as that.
Is that low impulse control?
I don't give a fuck what they call it. They can call it whatever they want. It's slap the taste out the goddamn mouth. That's what it's called. Straight up and down. Now you can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. Just you pick your mouth up off the ground. Okay, that's what it's called. Pick your mouth up off the ground. That's what it's called. Okay.
That sweet chin music, huh?
Yeah. Straight up.
And shout out to Tutney. He says, I was Afrocentric as hell for the most of my life. If we somehow left America, the inbreds would butcher each other like they have in Europe, Asia, Latin America for centuries. Yeah. Look at all these things, right? Because they love to talk about us chimping out and all this stuff. They're the ones dropping atomic bombs on certain nations. That's chimping out. Look at all of these shows that people glorify, right? Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is a bunch of white people jockeying for power, slaughtering, subjugating, and oppressing other white people. Look at the Vikings. What is Viking culture? Viking culture is forcibly raping and penetrating people, stealing, right?
And incest. And incest. That Game of Thrones. Yeah, all that old nonsense. That came from them.
Yeah. But they did it in a glamorous way. Oh my God, the Lannisters and Jaime and Cersei, they were destined, right? So they promote all of this incest, even Greek, right? The people in Spartans and stuff like that. What were those gladiators doing? A bunch of those gladiators, yeah, they were good in the arena, and then they were
they was wrestling each other in the bedroom with their old nasty asses. Ooh. That's what they were.
That's what I'm saying. They were gladiating people's
that Greco-Roman wrestling. That's what that is. A bunch of. Have you ever seen Ladies Man? You remember when on Ladies Man he was addicted to wrestling people and putting oil in people. You remember that? You remember Ladies Man, the movie? With
is that what that's what the black dude, with right? With the afro.
Yeah, and they had Will Ferrell in them in it.
And he had the lisp. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. And old girl from what was it? Kelly from Saved by the Bell was in there. That was her. Will Ferrell was her husband. And he was, he was always trying to oil people up and wrestle. It's clearly you're gay. It's clearly you're gay. You try to wrestle me and oil me up, and that's not cool.
Yeah, we got some little moist maniacs in the chat. So, hey, Joey, come up. I dropped the link, bro. You ain't gonna be allowed to just troll in the chat. I might have to time your little bitch ass out. But hey, look, I got time today. I was about to shut it down, but like the chat is chatting. So like, bruh, if you want to come up, bruh, then like come up, bruh. And you said, weren't the Moors black? Didn't they teach Europeans hygiene? Look how they bathe every day. Yes, the Moors were black. Well, this is the thing. There's no race called Moor. So yes, the majority of the Moors were black, but there were also some Moors of a different racial or ethnic background. The same thing what they do with the Berbers, right? Arabs. When you think of Arab, there's a phenotypical person that you think of, someone that looks like Bin Laden or Aladdin, right? But there's no race called Arab. So yeah, there's a bunch of Arabs that phenotypically look like that. And then there's ones that look like Myron Lames, aka Amaru Fudil, who could say, hey, I'm Arab, but I'm also black, right? And there are black Arabs because there's no race called Arab, just as well as there's no race called Moor, just as well as there's no race called Jewish. So yeah, there's some white Jewish people, black Jewish people, Asian Jewish people, right? And yeah, most of the Moors were black, but many of them were non-black as well. But yes, they did teach them how to bathe and hygiene. Many people in Europe, they were actually drinking urine as mouthwash. They would even import urine from like Portugal because they thought it was some sort of I don't know, like some sort of magical it had like a magical ammonia content. But yeah, don't take my word for it. Also, a lot of these people who try to, you know, talk about, oh, y'all, we was kings and shit. Well, y'all talk about the we was Vikings and shit. Like I said, what were the Vikings doing? The Vikings were slaughtering. They say that the Vikings were white, right? Yes, Myron Lames is what I call them, aka Tetheroo, Amaru Fudil, but I call them Tetheroo, right? So the Vikings, widely considered white. Who were the Vikings raping, pillaging, and plundering? It was other white people. It was white on white crime. So what is there to glorify about the Vikings? The Vikings, they weren't working for a living. They saw that what other people had, and then they would go take. All they were was just a different version of pirates. Vikings were engaged in incestuous relationships as well. Vikings were slaughtering other white people. Vikings were raping kids and women. Vikings were enslaving people. That's part of the Viking culture. But they want to pretend as if it was some great civilization. Look at all the movies. Don't take my word for it. Watch the show Vikings. Watch Vikings Valhalla. Watch any show with Vikings, and what are you going to see? White Vikings slaughtering other white people. Look at them going against white Vikings fighting white Christians. White on white crime. But then again, they want to pretend like, no, that's not their culture. Yeah, you have a culture of murder and mayhem. And like Roger says, marauding. That's your culture. That's okay that you're proud of it. But just stop acting like you're not proud of it. They try to say, hey, this land wasn't stolen. It was conquered. Okay, fine. I ain't going to hold you. It was conquered. What did you do when you conquered? You didn't go up to someone, put your hands on their shoulders and whisper sweet nothings in their ear. You were castrating people. You were eating people. You were skinning people alive. You were lynching people, mass incarcerating them, enslaving them. That's what you did when you conquered. Since you're so proud to say how you conquered, to say it with your chest. Don't try to say you conquered and then give us the Disney rated version. No, we want the R-rated TVMA version. And this is what the whole America First exceptionalism is. Praise America, but sweep all the disgusting things that America done under the rug. But these are the same things that you guys say that you're proud of. They tell us to get over slavery, but then they want to keep erecting monuments of slave owners. Oh, no, they were a father. Yeah, it was a father who owned slaves. You know, hey, this dude was a president. Yeah, this dude was a president who happened to be a pedo. You know, they don't want us to tell the whole story. They want you to tell the whole story about George Floyd, right? George Floyd was never a president. George Floyd was never a diplomat or political leader. So we're supposed to put all of George Floyd's messiness on the table, but then somehow sweep Confederate soldiers under the rug. The same Confederates who were traitors. Go ahead.
That's why the Knicks said they didn't they declined to go to the White House. They were saying, first of all, he came and messed up the city and stopped our winning streak. And he said, plus he part of the Epstein regime. No, they went in on him. It's a whole thing on Twitter. I reposted it on my Twitter. So my Twitter's back there.
Damn, they went in like that?
Yeah. They said he came and stopped the momentum. He stopped us from sweeping the Spurs. He came and messed up and just caused chaos in the city. They put a whole bunch of shit, dude. It's a long list of stuff, dude. They went in on his ass. They said, we're not going to the White House. They also said, because he caused all that commotion in the city. Then he came in the game and went to sleep, and he really didn't even watch the game. So, yeah, they said, no, we're not going to the White House.
Oh, I didn't even see that. So it's official that they said that, or did somebody just on Twitter say that?
No, it's a post. It's a post from the thing. If you go on my Twitter, you'll see it. I reposted it. Just go to my page and you'll see it. You can read what it says. It's a long thing. It's a whole list, dude. It's a long little
I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up right now. It may not be from your Twitter, but I'm gonna just see the outlet. So, what do you feel about that? Like, is that appropriate or what?
I don't care. I don't care if they don't go. Shit. I still don't know because I didn't want him to come to the city anyways. Because I knew he was gonna fuck shit up, dude. I knew he was, and he didn't care. He just wanted. It said he centered himself and try to. He never been to any game before then, and then it was a bunch of stuff. Dude, you'll see.
Oh, and some people were mad too because they couldn't have that New York they couldn't chill outside.
Yeah, because a bunch of businesses lost money. A bunch of businesses that were around there because they had to close off like 5 blocks. So for the 5-block radius, all the stores and all the places that was hosting things couldn't make no money because he brought his punk ass on to the city. Come on, Sarge, come on. Yeah.
And person in the chat, this another moist maniac. Hey, the link is still out there. Like I'm about to.
They cowards, man. All they is a bunch of keyboard warriors, dog. They ain't gonna bust a grape, dog, in a fruit fight,
they
dog.
literally never come up, bro. They got smoked in the chat.
They're a bunch of cowards, dog. They're a bunch of cowards, dog. A bunch of cowards. All that old tough talk they be talking, they not gonna say it to nobody's face. All they gonna do is talk on the internet with their fucking anonymous pictures and all that shit. They're a bunch of cowards.
This is that Chud the Builder. This that little Chud the Builder shit because they seen him running around.
Yeah, but he got his ass whooped too. Yeah,
he did.
He got his ass whooped.
This, bro.
Yeah, and he's probably He got his boxes on backwards in jail. So that's what you get, and you got sausage and beans for the rest of your life. You're gonna be sucking on something slow. Yeah, it's not gonna be a pina colada. It's not gonna be a pina colada. Okay, you're not gonna be sucking on a pina colada when you get in jail. Okay, I just want to let you know that. So talking all that tough talk. Yeah, you got your back. Yeah, you permanently have your boxes on backwards in jail, okay? You know what happens with the boxes on backwards? The hole is in the back, so it's easy access, bitch ass niggas. That's what you get for talking that hot shit.
He holding pockets, yeah. Chud in there talking about the black people was treating him bad. It's like, come on, bruh. And now he was whining because he said he couldn't get a Bible or something. Let me actually try to pull that shit up too. He had some people whining because they like, oh, Chud needs a Bible and all this other stuff. So he trying to act like he's just so righteous into God. Let me try to pull this up real quick.
Yeah, they got they got a big black dude named Preacher. So he's gonna see him. He's gonna see him every night after the lights out.
Oh damn! You like Bubba gonna see the bro? Here, watch this right here. Hold up. This is at the jail he at. Let me mute that. But this is at the jail he at. One of his little male militiamen.
Jail.
How you doing, officer?
Yes, sir.
How you doing? I have a soft cover Bible, a new one I just purchased for Dalton Otherly.
Okay.
He's been denied a physical copy since he's been in, and since he was transferred.
If he has access to the Bible, we won't be able to take one in.
What's that?
I said he has access to the Bible. We won't be able to take one in.
So, the law is that he has to have access to a physical copy, not on a tablet.
He has access to the Bible.
A physical copy? Is it a physical copy?
Currently, right now, he has one on the tablet.
Can you get him a physical copy?
Now, Cloudness, when you was doing your time in the bid, bro, did they care at all about you having a physical copy of a Bible?
No. You could bring either a Quran, a Bible, whatever you like from. Like there were certain things you could bring from the county. Like you could bring your legal paperwork, and you could bring a Bible or whatever or religious things in when you was coming in. Or, you know what I'm saying? But you could have your legal documents and a Bible or Quran or whatever religious material that you had. So, but I don't know how it is now because that was shit. That was back in the 90s, bro. I haven't been in since, so I don't know how they do it now.
Well, this is the thing. This person is saying, hey, look, man, he already has a Bible. He has access to a tablet.
Yeah, So if you, as long as you have some form, of what you call it, otherwise you can like mail it in. You can mail it if they, you know what I mean. But I don't think they're. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been in a while, dude. I got out in 2003, so I haven't been back since. You know.
And on top of that, this is in a different county. This is in Tennessee. So I'm just showing this just to show the victim mentality, because we had somebody in there. Here they have like
listen, they always whining. Dog, a bunch of bitches, dog. They whine so much. They're like girls. They're worse than women. That's why they can't get no women. That's why they whine so much. The white women don't want that shit, dog. They don't want that. Listen, I go to the store, dude. I don't even be paying attention. The bitch be like, "Hey, hi." Like, okay, hey, how you doing? All right, cool. Like, walking up, they be all up in your space and shit, dog. You ain't gotta say nothing to them, and you dare not make eye contact with them. Or then they really be all, "Oh yeah, what's up with you?" Yo? I'm telling you how it is down here in Texas, dog. It's crazy down here, dog.
Hey, I seen there's some stars out there in Texas. I'm gonna have to pull up on you. You still in Austin, or where you at?
Yeah, well, I'm in between. I'm in actually in Shirts, so I'm in between New Braunfels and San Antonio. But I'm like 45 minutes from Austin, so. But yeah,
okay, you ain't in Frisco with Carmelo people, are you?
No, Frisco that's like three hours away. My baby brother's up that way, but he's in Denton, which is not too far from Frisco. My baby brother's up that way. He went to North Texas State, or North Texas. My baby brother went there, so he's up there. And so, yeah, but yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, it's crazy, bro. But shout out to my mom and dad. Their anniversary's coming up next week.
Shout out to your mom and dad. How long is the anniversary?
It's gonna be 55 years, bro.
55 years, man. You got to tip your hats to that.
Yeah. It'll be 55 years this year, so they'll probably be up there with their granddaughter, because they go up there. They stay up there they go up there on the weekends. They're like on the week and to stay up there with my niece. So they like my baby brother's daughter. So yeah, so they probably be up there for what you call it for the anniversary. But yeah,
got you. That's a beautiful thing, man. Salute to your parents for sticking it out that long, because now it's rough, man. To I remember Kendrick said, "You better off having one woman, because everything else is tricky right now." You know what I mean? And now that before it'd be like, nah, but now it's starting to hit home. You know what I mean? Because you know how it be, like you juggling all these floozies and stuff. It'd be cool, it'd be fun, but then sometimes they be getting on your nerves, bro.
I've been on some chill shit lately, bro. I've been out the way lately, man. Because it's so much, dog. It's just too much, bro. It's too much, man. I guess because I'm 50 now. What did they say? What did he say? What did he just say? What did Roger say?
He said, "Be-Eazy Cloud looking out for Carmelo."
Oh yeah. I told him I had sent a kite. I had sent a JPEG to a couple of homies inside.
I did see his family. Yeah, I was gonna send bro a letter and then send a little bit of coin, because they tried to shut his go down and say, "Oh, now he's a killer, so we got to shut it down." You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I told him I sent some kites out and some JPEGs
I had put something on the Give Send Go, but now I'm gonna have to send something to the JPEG.
Yeah, because the JPEG you could write letters with some JPEG.
Correct, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. The JPEG you could write letters, sometimes photos and books, but like you know how it is now. It has to be from like an approved network or something like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Texas, Texas is pretty. It's pretty. Yeah, if you want to send them like books and shit like that, you can send it through like the different book clubs and then send it to them. As long as you have his inmate number and all that. I don't have none of that. I just send some kites out to the homies, so I just in case something pop up, I can't be linked to none. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I hear what you say.
Yeah,
Bro, and then, look, we got some more cowards in the chat. Like we got appears to be a bimbo in the chat. Says Karma's, and Mello's a target. Hey, I'm trying to get up out of here, but I do want some of these people to stand on business.
They can talk all that nonsense, but he's protected in there, baby. So if anybody touch a sweet hair on his head, you can best believe they'll life flight their ass. That's what it's up in there. I know because I've been in there, and I've sent some letters to some riders. So whoever you send, you prepare for their fucking funeral. That's what happened to them. Okay, and please believe he's well protected. So you can try that bullshit if you want. Even the guards can't mess with him. So go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it. So I don't worry about all this tough talk. Like I said, you're a bitch anyways. You got a fucking cartoon for a fucking avatar. You eat a dick. That's what I say to him. Kind of eat a dick, bitch. eat a dick and suck it slow till you die, bitch. That's what I say to you. Fuck out of here, clown. There's a bunch of clowns out. Dude.
Bro, and like I told you, the theme is always the same. They never show their face, never have a picture. And every time I drop the link, which I just did, they disappear.
They ain't gonna come up there. They ain't gonna come up here. They ain't gonna come up here. They know they're low IQ. They can't mess with no real mental giants, dog. Come on, man. They know they're inferior. All we had to do is breed them out if we wanted to. You know what I'm saying? We can take them out like that if we really want to get rid of their ass.
Well, that's why Dr. Francis Cress Wilson talks about many of their fears, that genetic annihilation.
Yeah, that's why they're so infatuated with our phallus.
Actually, speak about that. Let me pull this video up too. Now that I speak about that, I'm gonna play a little bit of this video, and then I actually really am gonna get up out of here because I'm getting hungry. And then,
oh yeah, go ahead, man, do your thing, bro.
Yeah, no, it's hold on, let me get this video.
That nigga Roger did that shit, dog. Roger wouldn't kept you on long. This nigga's a hoe, dog. I done took a shower, I done ate and everything. That's why when I came back on, I was in the shower when you was talking about the Native Americans and all that stuff. When that dude, that's what took me a minute.
I'm glad you came on because bro, they was really on my helmet, man. Y'all ain't Native American. Y'all came after. I'm like, come on, bro.
Man, I'm sick of the pretendians too.
Yeah, no, but that's what they're trying to call us when you start talking about, hey, look, no, I actually have ancestry that traces here. They're trying to call us pretendians. So, like I said, so they can put the generic African label on.
My last name is Cloud for real. That's not no fake name. That's my real last name. Eat a dick. Eat a dick. That's what I tell them. Straight up.
All right, so let me play this because this speaks to what we said earlier. And this is titled From SWP, Our Existence is a Problem to Them. So I'm going to play a little bit of this and then we're going to get up out of here. But unfortunately, many in the dominant society, they always talk about, why do you got to make things about race, pretend that we live in this colorblind utopia? But every time, whenever there's a crime going on, the first thing they bring up, what race they are. When they want to talk about IQ, they make it a racial thing. If we're all humans, why should IQ even matter? Some humans are going to be low IQ. Some humans are going to be smart. It shouldn't matter, right? We're all humans, all created in the image of God, but that's not what they push. They start making racial derogatory arguments about IQ. They start making racially derogatory arguments about crime. Well, gaslighting you to say, hey, it's not about race, but let's get into it.
I don't usually come on here and talk badly about anyone, but standing for your morals also means standing against bullshit like this. 6'5", good-looking guy on a train, free seat right next to him, but instead he squeezes up against an older, smaller man. Man spreads all over him, encroaching on his personal space, and dances around, mocking him for views. You can see he knows he's being recorded, and he feels obviously very uncomfortable. This is disgusting. And I opened the comments expecting to see people calling it out, except everyone was entertaining it and praising him. The black pill notion is the idea that your looks determine your quality of life, and if you look bad, it's over for you, and if you look great, your life's going to be great. So if the black pill is so true, why does 6'5" Chad need to bully a random stranger on a train just to feel good about himself? Since when was self-improvement genetic elitist bullying disguised as humor or mogging? Now listen, I teach people how to look good all the time, so hear this clearly. By all means, pursue.
And again, that's a sign of a very insecure, effeminate, emasculated male that you got to go around trying to bully people. There's no respect. This is why they have sayings like pick on someone your own size. No one should respect some monstrous gargantuan person going around picking on people that are vulnerable. Just as well, if you're part of the dominant society, you're a white supremacist and you have more wealth and more elite status, then why are you picking on people and nana boo boo, this person is poor or homeless or anything like that? There's nothing that's masculine about that. That's not Uzi machismo. That's showing that how insecure you are, that you got to tear someone down to feel that you're a bigger man, right? If you have a lot of money and a lot of wealth, why are you getting a boner off of saying, look how poor this person is? I have this fast car and this chain and this exotic girl and you don't have it. So somehow I'm better than you and you should look up to me. And then these same people will talk about biblical principles when the biblical principles are vehemently against idolatry, especially in the form of materialism and stuff. But let's get into more of this anti-black obsession.
Self-improvement, get the physique, fix your jawline, fix your health in the process, but do it for you. The second the goal becomes mogging or just blatant bullying or whatever the fuck this is, you probably need to reevaluate your morals and take a long look in the mirror. There is nothing admirable about that. It's not cool, it's not aspirational, and I see degenerate content all the time and I usually just scroll past it, but this one kind of irked me because this is exactly what's killing this generation. Looks are.
And just to be clear, the whole thing of looks maxing and stuff, that's something that's extra.
These people are always projecting, dog. They're sickening, dog. They really are. They always projecting shit that's part of their culture onto other people. You know, it's ridiculous.
That's what the whole. So basically the mogging term, mogging, mogging is slang for outshining or dominating someone, usually in terms of physical appearance, confidence, or social presence, right? Now, if you're already dominant in terms of physical appearance, why do you need to try to outshine someone else, right? If you already have a six-pack, you're chiseled and all this stuff, I don't need to go up to people with a pot belly and say, look at your beer belly and look at my six-pack. Like, you don't need to do that, bro. A man of the house doesn't need to announce that he's the man of the house. The lion is regarded as the king of the jungle. The lion isn't going around saying, I'm the king of the jungle. It's carrying itself and comporting itself as the king of the jungle, and everyone else falls and acquiesce to the energy that the lion is exuding, right? So if you're this big wig and you got all this swag and machismo and all of the baddies want you, bruh, you don't need to tear anyone else down. I just need to go and be myself. I need to be a cool, collected cucumber, and my debonair nature will shine. I don't need to say, hey, look at this dude. He got a ketchup stain on his tuxedo, and look at my tuxedo. It's freshly creased. This is the insecure people that masquerades as supremacy. Now, they do have a supremacist ideology, but that supremacist ideology comes from their insecurity, right? They'll say that they have black fatigue, but then constantly talk about black people. There's no context where someone's saying they have fatigue of something, but constantly engaging and talking about it. It doesn't make sense. If you say I have pizza fatigue and then every day you eat pizza, that would be idiotic. If you say I have fatigue of OnlyFans hoes, but every day you're subscribing to a new OnlyFans thought, people would say that you are an imbecile. But suddenly people say they have black fatigue and all they share is black fight videos, black on black crime. They talk about black fatherless homes, black this, black that, black that. And I'm tired of the blacks. But every day, all you talk about is black people. You're not from the black community. You don't live by black people. You don't want to live by black people. You hate black people. Let every day That's all you talk about is black people and then framing it as fatigue. No, that's not fatigue. It's called obsession. Let's get back into it.
Tool, but that's not where you get your value from. Looking good doesn't automatically. Black pill is so true. Why does 6'5" Chad need to bully a random stranger on a train just to feel good about himself? Since when was self-improvement genetic elitist bullying disguised as humor or mogging? Now listen, I teach people how to look good all the time. So hear this clearly. By all means, pursue self-improvement. Get the physique, fix your jawline, fix your health in the process, but do it for you. The second the goal becomes mogging or just blatant bullying or whatever the fuck this is, you probably need to reevaluate your morals and take a long look in the mirror. There is nothing admirable about that. It's not cool, it's not aspirational, and I see degenerate content.
Looks like I'm going to be here a little bit longer than expected, right? So again, this person says, in general, it's crazy how people are making this about race and not wealth divide. There's rich and poor, white and black people. So when you say making this about race, what is the this that you're referring to? And you know who's making things about race? The people in your community. Who they say who controls the media controls the mind. So who controls the media is people in your community. They're constantly pushing things about race. And people in your community are falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. All I got to do is go on Twitter, and if I type in black, it's going to be a litany of blue check accounts with tens of thousands, sometimes millions of followers, and their entire identity is based around anti-blackness. That's it. But these are the same people that say don't make it about race. When they talk about chimping out, they're making it about race. When they talk about low IQs, they're making an argument about race. Black on black crime, making arguments about race. Affirmative action, they make it about race. DEI, race. CRT is literally about race. And these are the same. We live in a colorblind society. We live in a colorblind society, but then when a black person moves in your neighborhood, oops, there goes the neighborhood. Where do you think that term came from? The same people that say don't make it about race, when a black person moves in, then they say we got to have white flight. Oh, another racial group has to flee because they don't want to live next to another racial group. This country was founded on genocidal maniacs and racist proclivities. Don't make it about race. Well, there's a racial hierarchy. You're not doing anything to dismantle the racial hierarchy. All these people do is they love the racial oppression and subjugation, and then they say don't make it about rape. That's like someone forcibly penetrating someone and say don't make it about assault. Like, you are assaulting this person, and then say don't make it about the act that you're doing. Okay. That's the same thing they did when they were printing racialist books. They chose what they thought were exemplary representations of whiteness and compared to subpar examples of other races. Yeah, this is why they never talk about the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages, they were disgusting, living in squalor, filthy. Capitalism is a sanitized version of feudalism. Feudalism is about kings, queens, nobles, lords, and peasants. The majority of white people descend from peasant lineage, but because they put a premium on white skin, then they're like, hey, look, we're better than those niggers. Not because of anything I've done, just because of my skin hue. And this person, here we have another low IQ lunatic loser, and they have some dog, and it's like, bruh. I almost channel my inner Michael Vick, and I hate to throw bro under the bus like that, but bruh, what kind of dog is that? This dude got this little scroungy mutt. Like, come on, bruh. I might have to call. What's that? Pet? PETA? You know, the pet, bro. What kind of dog is that? That's a mutt, bro. Over here, we breed bullies over here, full blooded, bro. I mean, I'd rather have a Yorkie than that little mutt that you got on the screen. So you said, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck type of dog that is. That dog looks frail. Lassie would probably beat that dog up. Airbud would probably beat that dog up. Like, bruh, get that dog some kibbles and bits, bro. Your dog looks disgusting, bro. But anyways, bro, the link is out there. If you got any smoke, bro, you can come up here. You don't have to like kind of troll and whine in the chat like a little biatch. And you said Kenny is in his mom's base. Bro in his mom's basement with his dog playing World of Warcraft, whacking off in the corner. Like, look at this dog, bro. Before I go on, because I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video. Cloudness, could you see this dog on this profile pic, bro? And I'm a dog lover, bro. Could you see this dog?
Nah, let me see. Let me turn it. Nah, yeah, it's a mutt, dude. I don't know what the fuck that is. I got Rottweilers, bitch.
That's what I was going to say, Cloudness.
I got Rottweilers, bro.
Don't let me find out this one of
your
your
fucking mutts around here, dude.
That's why I was like, is this from your breed? Is this from your line? Your line dog?
Yeah. It's probably somebody has sex with, punk ass bitch.
Yeah, that did look like the dog from Little Rascals. No, that Pete from Little Rascals, that was a nice looking dog. The dog bro got looked like a little mangy little mutt, bro. Like, get that little mutt out of here, bro. Matter of fact, if you brought that dog to Cali, dog might not make it back. I'm just saying, bro. It's a dog eat dog world. I'm just saying. Don't bring that little malnourished mutt around here. You said,
let's get ready to get out of here. You got too many clowns in the chat, baby.
Yeah, hey, my homies do say like my trolls is bar none, but let me play a little bit more.
The time, and I usually just scroll past it, but this one kind of irked me because this is exactly what's killing this generation. Looks are a tool, but that's not where you get your value from. Looking good doesn't automatically give you some type of moral superiority. Your looks mean nothing if you're an asshole. But I'm curious, what do you guys think? As always, much love.
Mudshark daughter or Wigger son?
Mudshark daughter.
Mudshark,
Really?
really?
I don't know what one is.
Mudshark is like, imagine you're a nice little white girl. Your daughter is just, she loves some black guys.
No, I would take the other one.
Rather date a liberal or an illegal immigrant?
I would much rather date an illegal immigrant, a big booty Latina, for sure, because they're going to cook, clean, they're going to make sure that everything's going good for the family, they're going to have a bunch of babies. Now, a freaking liberal, they're 5 times vaccinated, probably can't have a baby because their womb's probably shrunken up from all of the side effects of the COVID vaccine, and they're mentally ill on probably 10 different antidepressants, so their hormones are out of whack, and they're all on birth control, so they can't have a baby. So no, I don't want to date a liberal.
Is no longer the most important number to look at when it comes to deciding who your wife is going to be.
Have you dated a black person in the past?
And if so, how many black people did they date? And the shade of blackness they have dated. If we're talking about like a half, 6 years.
Again, the caption says, white men fear black men the way Frieza fears the Super Saiyans. Hey, I can't hold them.
Years ago, 2 days, we can kind of brush that under the rug. But if we're talking 3 or more, burnt crispy, fish nuts.
Yo, I'm really trying to figure out, like, what about this is just so bad to the white race? Like, what the fuck is so bad about us? I'm just so confused. Is it that we possess the BBC? Is it that we have the smooth, buttery Hershey skin?
White men fear black men the same way Frieza fears the Saiyans. Now let me cook. Frieza treats the Saiyans like garbage, calls them monkeys, makes them slaves, essentially, warrior slaves, whatever, to conquer, right? And Frieza does all that because Frieza fears the Saiyans. He fears that one day there will be a Super Saiyan, right? So while Frieza acts like he's superior and he's so much better than the Saiyans, truly he fears the inferiority that he feels towards the Saiyans, right? That's why his greatest nightmare was when he saw that Goku became a Super Saiyan. The white man's greatest fear is seeing his shorty took by a black man, because he knows internally that he feels inferior to the black man, whether it's his meat, whether it's his charisma. Why do you think these dudes always talking about Duke Dennis? Nobody talks about Duke Dennis more than white men. You know what I mean? It's weird. And I've never in my life looked at a shorty that I was talking to and thought to myself, dang, I wonder if she's been with some Mexicans. I wonder if she's been with some white men, some Asian men, some Indians. I've never thought about another man while thinking about a woman. I don't care. You know what I mean? But they think about us every time they crack in a white chick. Dang, I wonder if he...
Now that is very wild. All you got to do is think about the term BBC. It wasn't a black dude that came up with that. Some non-black dude came up with an acronym for another man's male instrument. Huh? How obsessed do you have to be? They say, I got black fatigue, and then they come up with a term referring to black genitals is big black cock. When you look at these triple X sites, whether it be Bang Bros, Blacked.com, X Videos, what do you think a lot of these MAGA morons, what do you think they type in the search bar? All the stuff that they project. We don't like trans people. Guess what a lot of these MAGA morons watch? A bunch of trans triple X videos. We hate those mud sharks. And then they watch a bunch of these beautiful Beckys and Karens get ramrodded from the front, the back, the side by Wesley Pipes, any Mandingo warrior that you can think of. 10 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, as long as they're ramrodding a Lily W, the MAGA morons are signed up for it. Many of these people hate black people, but then if they want to have their wife get cucked out, they don't want an Asian dude to do it. They don't want a white dude to do it. They hate blacks, but they want a black Mandingo warrior to wear out their chick's cooch over and over and over. And then they say, I have fatigue. I have so much fatigue of black people, but they're just going to black.com and rubbing one out to black people smashing white chicks. Does that sound like fatigue to you? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, if she has some black meat in her. Is that not weird? Every time he cracking shorty, dang, like I wonder if I'm better than that black guy that she was with.
Again, how insecure do you have to be? So the dude, he's rubbing a chick down, he's pulling her panties down, takes her bra off, and before he gets to penetrate, he says, hey, have you been with a black guy? Are you fucking kidding me, bruh? You got a beautiful chick in front of you. Her vagina is dripping, the vaginal nectar. And rather than sliding in that ooey gooey slippery box, you're thinking about some black penis? Okay, how disgusting, delusional, and pathetic could you be? And Frank says they obsess they women talk about how they talk about black men on dates. Yeah, that sounds like insecurity, right? So that's why they have to call them mud sharks and all this other type of stuff. This person says they have black fatigue. Don't trip, Francis. Since you have black fatigue, I'm gonna put you on a timeout so you won't be tired of us anymore. I have low IQ Francis, Yagged fatigue. You know what I mean? Yagged with a capital F. But yeah, I have Yagged fatigue, Francis the Yagged. So don't trip. Since you have fatigue, I'm gonna put you on a timeout, bucko. And he says your culture brought the world pornography, gang culture, out ex-tourism, genocide, irreversible pollution, drug culture, predatory capitalism, etc. Yeah, this is your culture. But they act like, but we got Eat My Bum in the chat. Hey, I did talk about Dragon Ball Z, and then he came in with a methyl Majin Buu. So Eat My Bum, interesting name, but okay. Nature and God have white fatigue. That's why he's eradicating you through birth rates and disease. How does that feel for the sun to hate you? So Ted Needs is going in. So salute to the mods. They're doing their mod thing. No black man has ever held the title for world's largest. 2 white men in Mexican hold the title. So again, they have this obsession with penis. Okay, fine. Go make a term that's called BMC, big Mexican cock, right? Fine. Will that make you feel better? Again, they're obsessed with other people's cocks. Okay. And you said 2 white men and Mexican hold the title. Most Mexicans are white. So what are you talking about again? The obsession with BBC is rooted in insecurity and an innate inferiority complex. Correct. And I've had actually women tell me that as well, that some of the men, if they dated a white dude in the past, it was cool. They wouldn't ask them all questions about how big the white dude was. But if their past ex was a black dude, they want to know, was he good in bed, how many inches he was, and all this other stuff. Then when they smashed a chick, am I better than the black dude? Like, that's all they care. They don't care if they provide the chick with an orgasm. All they care about is if they performed better than the black dude. And unfortunately, many times they got to break it to him and say no. Just like Adam 22. Adam 22, they asked his wife, hey, is he better than that black dude that was banging you out? She was like, oh, well, of course not. But she loves Adam. You know what I mean? So you're also damn delusional. This is extremely low IQ. Well, again, you say that I'm low IQ, but, you know, and actually, hold on, I got to hit you with this.
Bitch, are you high? Are you high?
Are you high? Like, put the fentanyl down, bruh. Because all these people, they like to project low IQ. So if I'm so low IQ, why won't you come up here? Why won't you come up here and destroy me? You should be easy. It just should be easy pickings for you to destroy me in a debate. But, you know, intellectually, you're not formidable enough to challenge me. And shout out to Frank Nitty. You said, we are their sexual and cool standard. It's weird. It literally is weird. They have a whole site called blacked.com. And all it is black dudes pounding and plunging the various holes and orifices of lily white chicks. No black dude would come up with a site called white.com and want to see a bunch of white dudes pound on black cooch. We don't see that. We don't care. Fine, Brad, if you found you a Keisha, hey, more power to you, right? You know, they say the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. So go get you some juice, Bradley. But we didn't come up with the term big white cock. We don't care about your pink penis. We don't come up with sites white.com and all this stuff and Bang Bros and all this other stuff. Like even the Bang Bros, right? They got some shit called gay for pay. Dude, I'm not gay. They just bend over and get ramrodded for pay. And then that's why they got all these memes. I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. Whose culture is that? We already know whose culture it is. Again, they talk about the degeneracy, right? So we're supposed to look at Sexy Red and say that Sexy Red is disgusting because she made a song talking about twerking. However, someone who's getting peed and pooped on is not disgusting. Okay, make it make sense. So how do I know what? Stormtrooper, you saying how do I know that? What I do know is that you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. That's what I do know, because the link is out there. You can come up, but you won't, because many of you trolls, especially the faceless ones, are intellectual cowards and moist maniacs. But yeah, let's get back into it.
Internally that he feels inferior to the black man, whether it's his meat, whether it's his charisma. Why do you think these dudes always talking about Duke Dennis? Nobody talks about Duke Dennis more than white men. You know what I mean? It's weird. And I've never in my life looked at a shorty that I was talking to and thought to myself, dang, I wonder if she's been with some Mexicans. I wonder if she's been with some white men, some Asian men, some Indians. I've never thought about another man while thinking about a woman. I don't care. You know what I mean? But they think about us every time they crack in a white chick. Dang, I wonder if she has some black meat in her. Is that not weird? Every time he cracking shorty, dang, like I wonder if I'm better than that black guy that she was with. Really?
All right. I'm gonna need everybody to really put on their thinking caps for this one. I need, or more so, your ears, especially the black conservatives, the black conservatives. Y'all really got to understand this.
Okay, so that's all I want to say. And here, let me give this one thing. I'm going to do this. Hold up. I'm going to drop the link one more time because, again, we got Siamese, the little slutty, moist stormtrooper in the chat, giggling like a little biatch. So I'm going to drop the link one more again. I'm going to play a visual. And if you haven't come up after this, then I'm going to get you up out of here. Because like I said, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. Where was the lie? That was a fact. There's the link. If you think that you are, then hit the link. You won't have to cam up. Just hit the link, bruh. All these people in the chat got all the jokes and shit. I dropped the link and then suddenly the jokes stop. The trolling stops. Stop being a little bitch and come up here then.
We got a problem? I said, do we have a problem? I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, USSR. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. It'll be Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's right, boy. You better get on out of here. And don't come back. Huh?
Do we got a problem or what? I'm just saying, do we got a problem? Because just in case y'all forgot, y'all must have forgot.
Okay, see, now you found yourself a nigga. You was looking for a nigga? Nigga here now, see? Okay.
Today's forecast, dark and cloudy, and chance of drive-by.
This shit just got rigged. Well, what you gonna do, bitch?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
You ever heard of rolling 20s, nigga? Since I was 16, nigga. Okay. See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules, but now he see that I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
And what did he do? He bounced like a little B-I-E-I-E-I itch. He bounced like a bounce house. He bounced like some booties in the strip club. Remember, these are the people that's saying that I'm low IQ. It should be easily for you to come up here and destroy me in a debate. But instead, they ran. Hey, I don't mind the trolling. I don't mind the contrarian views, but hey.
Hold on here, bro. Excuse me, okay? First of all, who are you? Respect that. That's all I ask, bro. That's all I ask. Excuse me, everybody. Please listen up. I do need your attention. I'm going to say this once because I ain't going to say it again. All right? We almost had an altercation up in here. I don't want it to happen again. All right? So remember these 3 words. Respect my house. All right?
That's all you got to do is remember those 3 words. I don't care if you a troll. You can come up here. All you got to do is respect my house. But you know what? People that are intellectual cowards, they don't even respect themselves. And look at this. Is this supposed to be intimidated? What debate are you even talking about? You were going off about Bang Bros. I just wondered why you knew so much about this. Again, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and get you up out of here, bro, because he's saying all this. This is a pretty long comment. All you had to do, you can come back tomorrow. Nah, bro, it's all good here. You can come back tomorrow because I'm putting you on a timeout. All this time, I can come back tomorrow. No, we're here today. You trolling today. Don't troll today, and I'll be back tomorrow. I won't be here tomorrow. I don't have time for you. You're a pathetic loser. No, it's not that I can't read. You can't listen. I don't want to read your comments, bruh. I dropped the link for you to come up. This is what all y'all do, and this is what you are, Siamese. Siamese, the sassy bitch ass stormtrooper. That's what you are. You're a pathetic loser and an incel dweeb. The link is out there, bruh. You're not intellectually formidable to challenge me. You're not tough. You're not smart. You're not funny. You're just a pathetic low IQ incel. And you got the link out there to prove me wrong, but you know what? I don't got time. I got better things to do. But if you come tomorrow, which I don't know why you're bringing up tomorrow, but this has happened multiple times. People will say, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow, drop the link, and they're nowhere to be found. Siamese stormtrooper, you're a sassy, non-sophisticated, slimy individual. And you should be ashamed of yourself. But I don't got no much time to take for these losers. I want to appreciate all of the actual supporters who were here. Y'all could have been anywhere. Y'all chose to be here with me. And for that, I thank you. And like Tudney says, the time-wasting cowards with small wee-wee syndrome, ridiculous. No, it's not small. It's micro, minuscule wee-wee syndrome. It's rather pathetic. And Roger says Howard Stern was obsessed with asking white women, have they been with us? He'd ask the brothers how many white women they'd been with. when I used to watch him on E! Channel in the 90s. Yeah, Howard Stern is an anti-black bigot, and another dude who was always obsessed with black penis. Kind of weird, right? Notice that these people always talk about trans this and trans that, but you don't want to look at their search history. They're watching a bunch of trans XXX videos. Blacks this, blacks that. I got black fatigue, but then they're rubbing one out to their wife getting ramrodded by a black Mandingo warrior. No, the only fatigue is your wife's cooch. The black dude blew your wife's coochie out, so her coochie lips are fatigued. She had a tight cooch, and now they look like a supersized Arby's roast beef sandwich. Why? You can thank the BBC for that. And I ain't talking about that British news channel either. But hey, hold on. Bro, the trolls keep rolling in. Does this dude know what a W-2 is? Look, I know how to time you out. Bada boom, bada bam. So I had to time you out just because I don't have no time for the pathetic and the pompous. So I'm going to play a series of some short videos and then I will be out of here. So again, without further ado. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out the mill. They hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude, B-Eazy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you that dude and been that dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one. Hey, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. So B-Eazy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be real, to be really that dude. Be B-Eazy Dat Dude. You ain't know. Let's just be easy. Hey, hey. Let's just be easy. That dude. Be easy. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh, ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Be easy.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.